seara! Bună seara la toată lumea! Alexandru, salutare, ce faci, bro? Bună seara, bună seara! Ce faci, oameni? Am început un pic mai târziu azi. Sorry for that. Life happens. Ce facem în seara asta? Continuăm Dying Light. Sure. For sure. Așteptam stream-ul. Nice. Uite, am stat un pic cu copiii. Acum i-am împachetat și i-am băgat la somn și îi dăm drumul. Dar înainte să începem, mă gândeam să ne uităm la asta. Să vedem ce planuri are Sony cu Bungie. Ia să vedem.
Sony just couldn't let Microsoft do all the anxiety spending in the last month. While Activision seems to be joining Phil Spencer's camp, Sony is anteing up by buying out Bungie as the gaming acquisition du jour. At least, that's the reactionary take people keep saying. Obviously, massive corporate acquisitions take months to iron out, not 2 weeks. And I see the Bungie grab not as a mere counterattack, but as just one step in Sony's ambitious strategy for the future of PlayStation. So let's talk about how Sony's Bungie buy fits into its larger PlayStation plans.
Ai opinion, okay?
Before Bungie, Sony's biggest acquisition was arguably bringing Insomniac Games in-house in 2019. But looking only to that one major step is missing much of the story that needs to be told if we really want to understand PlayStation's roadmap.
Da, Insomniac oricum făceau mostly exclusive de PlayStation.
Ahead. Sony has made several less headline-worthy moves that I've divided into 3 main categories. Category 1 is all about keeping up fan
Trebuie neapărat să-mi iau PlayStation. Vreau neapărat să joc ăsta Returnal.
expectations with a steady stream of exclusives from studios Sony has long-running relationships with, like Returnal devs Housemarque, the makers of the Demon's Souls remake Bluepoint Games, and Firesprite, a studio founded by former Studio Liverpool leads that is already proving to be a big PSVR asset. These purchases ensure PlayStation's brand of cinematic and action-focused exclusives continue and stay where they are, along with the players who have come to love and expect these games, even as the company grows and expands its own definition of what it is.
Și The Wolf.
The second
Salutare.
category of Sony's acquisitions support
Bine ai venit.
PlayStation's brand both on and off PlayStation platforms, like Nix's software and Valkyrie Entertainment. Nix's is well known for its PC porting prowess on games like Tomb Raider and Deus Ex, and Valkyrie has been supporting Sony Studios already with both development on God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok.
Bine, uite, ne uităm la un
As
opinion
PlayStation
despre
looks to PC as a new
achiziția asta pe care a
avenue
făcut-o
for games,
Sony
Nix's can help
cu
ensure the quality
Bungie
of those ports,
și după aia dăm niște
while
Dying
Valkyrie
Light.
can assist teams in-house with developing their games and hopefully stave off delays or dry spells in the release calendar. And the third kind of deal isn't an acquisition at all, but exclusivity, which may end up being a big
Asta pare
win
destul
for
de
Sony.
meh.
This is not exactly
Alo,
groundbreaking
pe
for
mine nu
them,
mă vede.
but
Bună
Forspoken
seara,
and
domnul
Ghostwire
Earthquake, bună
Tokyo among
seara.
other expected console exclusives this
Bine
year,
ați
just
venit.
as an example.
Apare o
Even
femeie
more
și cu tremurul
interestingly,
dispare.
they have set deals to
Meow.
publish games by new independent studios
Aoleu,
headed
încă
by
nu scap de
veteran
tine, bă, cu
talent.
tremur. Că
Firewalk
stau aici
Studios,
cu ochelari să nu mă
Deviation
oprească,
Games,
vorbească
Haven
frumusețea ta.
These kinds of teams have certain
Meow.
advantages, and a Sony partnership with them is mutually beneficial. These new teams with veteran know-how get access to Sony's years of refined technology, while Sony gets a foundation of game types with live service and multiplayer experiences that aren't
Bună ziua, a
necessarily
venit
their core
Garcea.
brand, but provide
Domnul Cozonac,
huge
vă salut.
value. New, sometimes console-exclusive games from former Destiny, Halo, Apex Legends, and Call of Duty Black Ops and Zombie devs aren't bad to have in your corporate pocket,
Vezi că sunt frumos
especially
rău de
since most
tort.
of PlayStation's core exclusives do not feature robust multiplayer modes. But maybe that's changing. Naughty Dog, a longtime Sony studio well known for The Last of Us and Uncharted, is building out a robust multiplayer experience, while Blood and Truth Dev's London studio is making an online-focused PS5 exclusive. Further pushing in that direction, PlayStation confirmed that they want to launch an online a robust multiplayer experience, while Blood and Truth Dev's London studio is making an online-focused PS5 exclusive. Further pushing in that direction, PlayStation confirmed that they want to launch at least 10 live service games in the next 4 years. Why? Well, Last fiscal year, DLC add-ons and microtransactions
Păi și
accounted for
Bungie au
1/3
experiență
of
cu live
PlayStation's net
games. Bine,
sales. I
dacă e
hear
cea mai
some of you
bună
groaning out
experiență,
there,
da.
but if you don't like it, stop buying it, because revenue streams guide business directions. If people are purchasing these things and they are in a big way, it can be deduced that they probably want to. And
Fair
hey,
enough.
if the extra purchases attached to upcoming exclusive titles are
De
ambitious
aici în
and
fiecare
solid enough
seară,
for
nu ai
fans
cum să
to
scapi de
want
mine
them,
aici.
then clearly there's a lot of money to be made.
Preach!
And all of this is being done while Sony continues to focus on its ambitious single-player adventures that have come to define it. Now, this is all well and fine, but doesn't show a huge departure from what we're seeing from Xbox, nor from the argument that Sony is just trying to keep up with Microsoft. But the thing is, while Xbox has made big showy
Vrem câte 19
gestures
minute
that
să râzi
can
puțin
and
înainte de
have
Dying Light
caused
2?
Sony's
Bagă,
stock
bagă.
to dive occasionally, Sony has been taking these small steps starting well before Xbox's attention-grabbing acquisitions like Bethesda and Activision. Think of it as Microsoft using a head-on Superman strategy and Sony in turn sneaking through the shadows like Batman. Both strategies work, they're just different. In 2019, after all, Sony founded PlayStation Productions. In 2020, they released the Horizon Zero Dawn PC port. And in 2021, they announced the Days Gone PC port before the Nix's acquisition. They're even expanding into mobile and staffed up a new related department in early 2021, even before Xbox acquired King or Take-Two nabbed Zynga. In present day 2022, I think Sony has absolutely moved from dipping a toe in the waters of a PlayStation ecosystem to diving into it head first.
Aia era scenă din film? Din Uncharted, asta cu corăbiile scoase din...
Absolutely moved from dipping a toe in the waters of a PlayStation ecosystem to diving into it head first as it sees the increased competition and a more equal sharing of mindshare. Let's consider what PlayStation's best known for now. High-quality cinematic action and story franchises. Sony fought hard for that reputation too, becoming the home of iconic and beautiful franchises in the PS3 era when they needed to justify why someone should buy the expensive console instead of the Xbox 360. They did an excellent job of solidifying their brand by building up those franchises, and Xbox hasn't been a
Fair
slouch
enough.
either, choosing to invest in services in a similar way this past generation. And that brings us to today, to Bungie, a studio that has been through the ringer and come out ahead. The early days of Destiny were troubled in terms of establishing a multiplayer ecosystem players would want to come back to time and again.
Pare super interesant dacă stai să te gândești evoluția Bungie, care au început ca studio deținut de Microsoft și după aia s-au desprins de Microsoft și au fost independenți și acum sunt cumpărați de Sony.
Destiny 2 has turned things around and triumphed, though, making one of the biggest franchise comebacks in recent history and taking what they've learned through almost a decade of experience with them. Considering Sony's plan to lean more into multiplayer and live services, Bungie is a natural fit to marry that ambition with concrete tools, more revenue, and a dedicated user base. On the flip side, PlayStation is actually a natural fit for Bungie too, as the studio has its own ambitions. Sony ownership means Bungie will be allowed access to all of the development
Welcome back,
service perks of
Cosmo.
PlayStation Studios, along with its multimedia arm, PlayStation Productions. What I mean to say is Destiny can potentially be more than a game, perhaps a movie, a series, or even a music venture. Sony's Hiroki Totoki recently said as much on a
Music venture? What?
recent earnings call. Quote, Bungie
Coca.
wants to nurture the IP they have in a
Salutare, bine
multi-dimensional
venit.
manner, and that's their hope. For that, we believe we can help that. We have Sony Pictures and Sony Music, and Bungie can leverage our platform so that their IP can flourish.
Așa
and grow
târziu
big.
ați ajuns.
Whether or not Bungie wants Destiny's multimedia future to compete directly with the Halo's upcoming Paramount Plus series is, well, another video entirely. Now, IGN's own John Davison said after the Activision acquisition, quote, these companies are in a war for content, not consoles. The modern war, whatever you want to say it's about, is all about brand and screen time, not the device you use it on so much. It's why we've seen
Poți să zic
Netflix in the
Berk?
past
Hello,
even
hello,
say
bine venit.
Fortnite is a bigger competitor than HBO, or why companies like WB and Disney are doubling down on their biggest franchises as their identity.
De 5 minute întregi cu
Pumping out
zonachile de respect
universes of
asta.
content that can keep users not just coming
E ok,
back,
Berk?
but specifically associating their love of a medium with certain brands. PlayStation and Xbox want the same thing, but are going about it in different ways. At least for now.
Berk
If we're
style.
looking at this in terms of brands and service, then Xbox is currently
Nordic,
killing it thanks
cu
largely
J în
to
loc
their
de
Game
I.
Pass subscription option. The allure of a program that guarantees every Xbox-owned studio's games comes to that service day one, along with dozens and dozens of other AAA, indie, and everywhere in between games for a monthly flat rate is currently an unmatched deal for consumers. Xbox's acquisitions have clearly been in service of, well, the service. And with such a wide stable of teams that
Apropo, pentru cine a fost aseară aici și la clipul cu Bethesda, Am văzut astăzi o știre că Bethesda zice că următorul lor joc, mi se pare că ăsta, Starfire sau Ring, a fost mai devreme în fine, unul din ele o să fie următorul cel mai jucat joc de la Bethesda. Și știu că țin minte că mă uitasem la trailer și eram destul de hyped, știi? Și acum asta așa like, do I really want it? Domnul Dan, cum stați? Știi foarte bine? Flexați! Salutare, Dan, bine venit. Măcar numele feels bad, man. To be honest, guys, am dat cu capul de tastatură și mi s-a părut ceva unic și de atunci utilizez asta ca și nickname. Makes sense. Unde e reclama aia cu femei nemature în apropiere când ai numele tău îmi dă dureri de limbă, Jesus. Și eu vin de la CrossFit, deci flexat, nice.
Under its control, Xbox can ensure there's a steady stream of games you'd be a fool not to subscribe to Game Pass to play. This is something Sony absolutely needs to address because there is a pretty clear gap as it stands now. It does look like we're close to hearing something from them with the alleged Project Spartacus, the codename for PlayStation's more expanded PlayStation Plus subscription service, looking just ahead. The details now are sparse and still completely unconfirmed by Sony, but Spartacus supposedly features somewhat of a Game Pass-like catalog on higher tiers, though it also largely seems aimed at leveraging its legacy library of PS1 through PS3 games, rather than drive new players into the PlayStation ecosystem with all brand new games. That's all conjecture for now though, but it stands that PlayStation just doesn't
Ce e
have the
asta?
low-cost,
E
expansive gaming
reclamă
option
la
at the moment that
Project
brings
Spartacus,
players
da?
into the PlayStation world, builds allegiance, and
Timișoara,
retains them
când
with a
cum?
consistent slate of
Oradea
releases.
și Timișoara.
We'll see more on this when Sony makes a formal announcement of the service. SIE CEO Jim Ryan has said the hope is to expand the tens of millions of players to PlayStation exclusives into hundreds of millions. And that plan isn't something the company has rushed together in the days since the Activision acquisition or even the Bethesda deal. But it's understandable why some may think Sony hasn't been making as concerted an effort as Xbox or responding quickly to their moves. The massive amounts
Ok, am înțeles ce se întâmplă. Credeam că e ceva oficial, dar este opinion. So, hai să vedem ce a postat Earthquake. Ia să vedem. Tot de la... Yes.
Business is important.
Very serious business.
Is professional.
Vai, dar îmi frângi
Business is the
fufleflelul.
engine in the car on the road that drives us forward to our journey. There is no I in business. Welcome to the seminar. Serious Business 101.
Business.
First slide, please. It's August 6th, 2013.
Ce avem caption
and we're at a
chineză sau
conference in
japoneză?
Nashville, Tennessee. Agile 2000.
Eu credeam că așa e editată Taiwan. Click for settings. Click for settings. What the fuck? What the fuck? English, I guess. Vreți să las subtitles? Internet Historian? Da, Dane. Am râs aseară cu lacrimi, frate. La aia despre Bethesda. Deci, captions on sau off? Going once, going twice. Off.
2013.
Merg on, cred.
What's agile? Well, it's blah, 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 blah. That bit's not terribly important. What matters is that this is a very professional environment. Keynotes, panels, networking,
You're fascinating to talk to.
and a quirky little idea. Interactive
Deci, editurile
display
sunt
boards.
GG.
5 of these placed across the convention grounds, in lobbies,
Bă, nu
the
abuzați de
cafeteria,
puterea chatului.
gathering grounds. And there's a brilliant innovation to go with them. An automatic Twitter feed.
Ai rădat faza?
Simply use
Păi dacă citesc...
the idea. Interactive display boards. 5 of these placed across the convention grounds, in lobbies, the cafeteria, gathering grounds. And there's a brilliant innovation to go with them. An automatic Twitter feed. Simply use
Băi,
the
o
hashtag
știu.
Agile2013 and your unmoderated message will appear on the board. It even displays images. What an
O să vezi,
amazing
Dani.
idea,
O să
you
vezi.
guys.
It's amazing.
And people were loving it, giving feedback, showing their pride. It was all going great. for a whole 87 minutes. When one attendee
Da,
had a
da.
very
Da, cu
unprofessional
câte feed-ul
idea.
nemoderat.
He takes a photo of one of the displays and posts it to a certain message board with the following text. Hello, B. I come to you in a time of great need. 5 giant screens. Ridiculous avatars, gore, and trap imagery would be much appreciated. Please, pretty please. Well, we'd better test this out. So people logged into Twitter,
Exact.
wrote
Aici did
something
nothing
dumb with the
wrong.
hashtag Agile2013, and hit send. A minute later, a new photo comes up on the message board. Confirmation. So there was everyone enjoying the conference, when suddenly,
Where in this convention do I find the Zimmerman-themed butt plugs? My daddy never had big man talk with me. How do I make baby? I want baby.
and from there it escalated.
There's a guy having sex with a dead person in the
Asian,
toilet.
you
should
can
be
find
ignored
me.
as they
I
are
will
only
let you
good for
have
making
some
concerning
punching
teamwork.
fart.
Asians
Asians
should
should
be
be
ignored
ignored
as
as
they
they
are
are
only
only
good
good
for
for
making
9/11.
electronics.
Now it didn't take long for Agile organizers to notice,
Agile Alliance does not approve of the misuse of the hashtag.
and here was the fatal mistake.
Does
They
not
thought-
approve. Privește cu, cum e, cu atenție și îngrijorare. Spor la Sim și joacă, mă duc să plâng în pernă că nu mă vrea Earthquake. Ai mă, și de Wolf. Pot să trăiesc fără tine, uite la clipul ăsta cu noi.
It's only like 3 trolls from Twitter. It's no problem.
So they
It's good
rallied
quality.
their troops, telling them to fight back with the report spam function. Well, said B,
If they want war, we'll give them war.
and honestly, they took it too far. They started posting increasingly reprehensible stuff on the timeline, to the point where all of the other attendees were drowned out by a deluge of horrific images.
Nu mai
Their
vede
reporting
lacrimi.
was slow and ineffective
Cineva
against
să-i
people making alt
trimite
accounts.
un șervețel
So with
și de
each
Wolf.
passing minute, they were losing more ground.
Batista mea de hau.
A couple of Agile attendees stuck their heads up over the trenches and drew targeted fire.
Looks like the feed is being spammed pretty badly. Maybe time to switch hashtags. I can't be the only one reporting all these people. Why doesn't Twitter make them go away?
Lisa is giving free toss jobs at the main screens.
Flailing around,
I'm blocking and blocking, but they keep coming up.
eventually, someone from B offered some useful advice.
Have you tried getting the cyber police involved?
How do I contact these cyber police?
Damn kids with the cyber.
But tragically, the cyber police never came. Report them! Stop them! Cried one of the organizers. But it was no use. And soon he was targeted too, with his profile and personal pictures shopped into compromising positions. Then those shops were, of course, posted back onto the Agile hashtag. Eventually, Agile had had enough. And they surrendered, disabling the Agile 2013 hashtag. And that was the end of it.
Or was it?
Or was it? Because it turns out there was another functioning hashtag, Agile2. And once B figured that out, they took to destroying that as well. And that really was the end of it. Or was it? Because B found the host's website. They went straight to the source, uploading content directly to the displays.
Wow.
And that really was the end. The next day, the only thing on the displays was this message.
We are working on shutting down the Eventifier site, we are reporting abusive accounts, we are also trying to find all other sources and shut them down as well.
I'm sorry.
And that was the tragedy that befell
Yes, Mom,
the
that's
gay
why we can have
lollipops.
nice things.
Very unprofessional, you guys. McDonald's is a business.
It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure.
all mine.
In January of 2012, they had a brilliant idea. Let us improve brand perception with Twitter. Let us appeal to the common man with hashtag Meet the Farmers. A campaign that informs them that our meat only comes from local, independent producers. And not
Salut,
from,
bărbătesc.
as the papers report, orphanages. So they published this promo.
And I don't think I've ever gone to work a day in my life.
And success.
Hell yeah, lads. Another win as usual.
People were loving it. They had their usual detractors, of course, but overall, good stuff. So they swapped out this hashtag with a new one, McD's Stories. And here's where things took a turn. They wanted the Twitter public to tell their experiences at McDonald's. Obviously, only good things ever happen at McDonald's. This is going to be a slam dunk. Let us shake hands in confidence at our imminent success. So McD Stories premiered on the Twitter homepage, and within 5 minutes it was clear that people weren't going to harp on about the time they got a free extra sauce with their McNuggets. Instead, they were going to tell McHorror stories. Here's just a select few. A McFingernail in my fries. A woman McSoliciting McSex in the drive-thru lane. I looked this one up, by the way, it's true. My friend claims that Ronald McDonald exposed himself to her as a child. Awful. McRats in the buns. Oh yikes, this one's real too.
McRats.
Go back there in the bun area. You're gonna find at least 3 racks that got droppings on them.
Oh god, make it stop. Someone stop it now. But it was gaining traction. More and more people were publishing their negative stories on the hashtag. And once they had used all those up, it progressed to just making up stuff for shock value. I ate McDonald's as a kid, and I'm pretty sure that's why my father left. Closed eyes, sad face. I once saw... I can't say that. But that'll make anyone grimace. Thank you, thank you. Within 2 hours, they pulled down the advertising campaign and, in its stead, put up a far more innocuous Little Things hashtag. They had a few minor trolls there too, but it quickly faded into obscurity. The media jumped on the story, case studies were written, and lessons were learned about not giving the public an in. Or were they?
He's already dead!
July 1st, 2016. Create your own custom burger on this McDonald's website.
Bun, meat patty, semen.
Name your creation. Have it published on the website. Then vote on the best one and it will become an official item on the menu. You knew where this was going to go. I knew where this was going to go. How did McDonald's not? A poem, if you will. The sad European, a thin privilege to go. Bag of lettuce, no tissues, Mein Kampf, just so. The atheist delight, with a side of fries. The toddler body bag, with double ketchup surprise. Pepe the sandwich, a rectal prolapse half-baked. Pound my behind daddy, comes with a shake. Girth. The area,
Girth.
a vision of Christ. A whole pineapple with your meal for 10 times the price. A tip for my lady, this one's gluten-free. It's still not too late to vote for Bernie.
Bernie's
Whopper,
socialist
no onions.
feast.
Anatomical sandwich. Just grow up, you guys. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Aștept ceva mai troll.
I have to shower off Ron's creamy surprise. See, this is you fucking clown. I mean, yeah. Naturally, the press seized on it as much as the general public did, laughing at all the dumb sandwiches while also condemning them. Guys, come on, guys, this isn't funny, come on. The website was shut down and not much remains. Except for these. And also this text document I found, which has a bunch of other sandwich names. What ingredients were involved and what they look like, though, you'll have to use your imagination. Next slide, please. Prophylactics are serious business. Let us shake hands in both a fun and safe manner. I see this one is ribbed for my pleasure. Early 2013, Durex launches a revolutionary new app. SOS Condoms. Download, select the product, enter your location, and a condom will be delivered to you within an hour. Oh, perfect timing. Their emphasis was on discretion and anonymity when delivering the goods, and the delivery drivers were in disguise. Pizza delivery guy, police officer. I'm not sure that's legal. A gimmick to be sure. And some people thought it was
an out-of-season April Fool's joke.
But people tried it out and it really worked. So they rolled the service out over the tip of Dubai, of all places. But after its first week, the government shut it down, citing it as promoting promiscuity. Booted out, they had a tough time deciding where to launch next. Guys, let's let the audience decide with another online poll. Oh, for fuck's sake. So people jumped on the website and started voting.
I will be voting for a Krispy Kreme donut place.
Tens of thousands of votes were counted, with some of the major contenders being Paris, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and London.
From South Africa to move away from this.
But all of them were outshined, with the most votes counted for Batman. a small conservative Muslim city in Turkey.
Let that be an object lesson in the dangers of tampering with the laws of Mother Nature.
The internet rejoiced. Another marketing campaign to add to the KD ratio.
Successful.
A Facebook post went out from SOS Condoms congratulating Batman and to stay tuned for more to come. But there was no more to come, so to speak. The campaign was promptly stopped.
More to come.
SOS Condoms never opened in Batman. SOS Condoms never opened anywhere ever again. They went silent for months. Everyone moved on. SOS Condoms deleted their account and slipped forever away into obscurity. Pizza is serious business. DiGiorno does frozen pizza and they have a substantial social media presence. Domestic violence is bad. Bold statements only on this channel. Well, Twitter had a hashtag for National Domestic Violence Awareness Day. People were sharing their harrowing stories with the hashtag #WhyIStayed. These were all quite serious and dealt with some delicate and sensitive issues. Then here comes DiGiorno throwing on the accelerator, no fucks given, driving right through the front door. They had pizza. Ooh.
Hehehe, that was a great tweet. I bet everyone is loving it.
She's staring into my soul.
Precisely 0.1 seconds after they posted it, they must have realized it wasn't the wisest move. And they apologized, but the media got involved. So they kept apologizing.
I'm sorry.
They couldn't stop apologizing.
I'm sorry.
They just
I promise you never again. I'm so sorry. It was terrible. I couldn't be more sorry. Please accept my deepest apologies.
Relax.
I understand.
Naming your baby is serious business. Put it to the internet, this Canadian couple said. Trust in the kindness and sensibility of strangers. It was Cthulhu Allspark. Next.
Cthulhu Allspark.
Do you know what kerning is? It's important in print. It's essentially the proportional spacing between fonts. Why does it matter? Well, sometimes two letters close to each other can look like a single letter, for God's sake. Alright, stop. Let me finish up with a little bit of a behind-the-memes style history lesson. In the early 2010s, brands were only just finding their foothold in social media. They didn't quite understand how to connect with their audience. The tendency was to be a bit overly formal, stuffy, not quite fun. That is until Denny's came along with a game-changing Tumblr account. They started actually having a good time, and it appealed to fellow Zoomers, such as myself. It took a little while, but soon other brands cottoned on to the strategy. Arby's started posting memes, Wendy's dropped a mixtape, and then went into a WWE-style feud back and forth with Burger King and McDonald's. And Gen Zers, such as myself.
După ne uităm la new trailer din Dawn of War.
Now that's not to say they all figured it out. Other brands attempted it too, but without committing fully, they failed to get the same appeal. So into the late 2010s, things were going pretty great. It was a little content renaissance.
Chick-fil-A is officially America's favorite fast food restaurant.
Imagine if we opened on Sundays, had to give everyone else, like Wendy's, a chance to make money.
Your mom is a hoe.
Steakums even broke down the whole phenomenon on Twitter and in articles, and I'd like to turn that into a full video soon. But with all these relatable memes floating around, people were starting to feel a little pandered to. Very relatable. Nice, that's relatable.
Shut up, brand.
Yep, relatable. Relatable. Okay, everything's getting so fucking relatable, it's actually kind of annoying. Guys, we get it, you're relatable. Just stop relating. Stop. Enough. That's it. I can't take it anymore. Alright, silence.
Shut up, brand. Silence, brand.
And so a new meme was born. The spider crab with laser eyes, Arial font 32 point, white on black bar background, no shadow with text. Silence, comma, brand. And it was a very powerful tool. M&M's pushing something or other. Take that brand. Hey, fellow Gen Zers, silence brand. And it became a long and enduring meme.
OMG, I feel that. That is such a mood. Relatable AF.
Silence. Sometimes a few brands could crack through it. Silence Twitter. But for the most part, this crab has become the quality control of Twitter. An apex predator shutting down lesser brands. God bless it. Alright, it's time to stop. That's enough business for today. Thank you for attending my seminar. Here are the patrons. Thank you very much. I love you. Mwah. Mwah. See you at movie night. Mwah. Also, I have other videos on the second channel. Sonic cried a little, and Tails put his hand under his face to catch the tears. The chef should have dipped some on his finger and then insisted that the host...
Andrei, yo, neața bună, yo, e Sonic. Ce faci, bro? Bine venit. Bun, deci, ne mai uităm la ce a zis Ragnarok nou. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Dawn of Ragnarok. Ia să vedem.
A world of myth on the brink of cataclysm. A son captured by a formidable foe. A god seeking to save their child's life. And a Viking legend who must confront these visions and face their destiny. Dawn.
Până la urmă, yo, Vlad! În Valhalla, Canon e tipa, nu? Hey, sis, bine venit, mulțumim pentru like.
Of Ragnarok is the
Să
most
vedem și pe ăla cu
ambitious
No Man's Sky,
expansion
când
of
ai tu
any
chef, e next level
Assassin's
ăla.
Creed title. In it,
Poate uităm la
you
sfârșitul
embody the
streamului.
Norse god Odin in a mythical saga that's rich with narrative depths and game-changing mechanics. Odin has come to this realm with a single purpose: to save the life of their son, Baldur. Svartalfheim has been invaded by rival powers, led by Surtur, the unkillable giant. And with the threat of Ragnarok growing, Odin must face an even more powerful force: fate itself. The story begins in Ravensthorpe, as Eivor consults their clan seer.
I had another dream. This one full of fire.
Valka urges Eivor to step into Odin's saga and uncover where it leads.
We shall see what your dream has to teach you.
Svartalfheim is the Dwarven realm, the forge of Norse mythology. This is a world of surreal landscapes and titanic forces. As you step into Odin's journey and begin to explore the world, you can select Odin's gender at any time during the adventure. Across Svartalfheim, Odin must contend with two groups, the Jotnar and the Muspels, invaders of frost and flame. Early in their journey, Odin will be gifted the Hugarip, a mythical bracer that will prove invaluable in the fight against these foes.
Albastru era Thanos.
To you. This is a mighty gift indeed.
This artifact is more than a weapon, allowing Odin to take possession of enemy powers, unlocking new facets of Assassin's Creed Valhalla's combat, social stealth, and world navigation. Active powers, like the power of Muspelheim and Winter, give you protection from fire and mastery of ice.
Se blochează stream-ul? Nu? Roxana parcă și asta are probleme. Dar numai al meu se blochează, la Roxana nu se blochează? E weird dacă se blochează doar la unul și nu la altul.
These new mechanics multiply player choice, offering greater freedom of playstyle and creative ways to tackle the challenges to come.
Înțeles că următorul Assassin's Creed să fie mai stealth-oriented.
Svartalfheim is a treasure trove waiting to be uncovered, and explorers will find mythical armor sets and weapons, which can be upgraded by dwarven blacksmiths throughout the world.
That's a fine thing indeed. but not so fine that it couldn't stand a little improvement.
However, Odin is just part of the saga, and their gear, abilities, and progression will transfer to Eivor as well,
Ar trebui să
bolstering
și
Assassin's Creed
Valhalla.
Valhalla's mainline game experience.
You all right? You all right? I'm here now, and I'm in need of your aid.
Dawn of Ragnarok
Ei dau
is
hit
designed
în
for
Blade Lord
long-time
din
Assassin's Creed
Deci
Valhalla
DLC sau care e
players
treaba?
and newcomers alike, and once
Da, e
purchased,
ceva
is
add-on la
accessible at any
Valhalla.
time during Valhalla's game experience. This is a world built to immerse, surrounding players in the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, and teeming with things to do and explore. Across the realm, Odin will uncover shelters where dwarvenkind have gone into hiding from the threats of war. These shelters are the starting point of Odin's quest to rescue Balder, and act as hubs for player progression, where Odin will attempt to make allies, forge gear, and upgrade the Hugarip with perks before departing on adventures throughout the game world. Behind every wonder lies a challenge. Players will fight fearsome boss battles and compete in all new Valkyrie trials, which have Odin facing off against enemy surges to grant them a glorious end worthy of Valhalla. Further, beneath
da,
the surface, Dawn of Ragnarok uncovers revelations of the Aesir and how their own story is woven into the fates of both Odin and humankind.
Da, ai o grămadă de
Elven
arme.
runes are not something I can decipher with ease. We are simple diggers, not experts of things writ long ago.
Odin may be a god amongst gods, but they will reveal intimate new
Dar e
facets to their
nu arată rău la
character
online,
as
dar
they
nu arată
ally
ok.
with Svartalfheim's
Și Valhalla chiar a fost
and form a
mi s-a părut foarte bun.
resistance against these titanic forces.
You will know fear. Just
Nu știu,
like your
l-am
son.
lăsat pentru că, nu mai știu, a apărut altceva sau...
Balder, I would drain all 9 realms.
In the domain of gods,
Singura chestie
Dawn
că
of Ragnarok is a tale
imaginea mea
of
despre
human
Odin e un
beings,
ceva mai în
as
vârstă
both
de
Eivor
așa,
and Odin
tinerel în
contend
forță.
with destiny itself.
Asta e singura chestie care throws me off.
It is a fate cast across the divide of realms.
Mai în
A
stilul ăla.
journey between truth and myth. A saga which must be seen to its end.
Ai văzut Vikings? N-am văzut tot sezoanele, m-am oprit. Nici nu mai știu. După al doilea asediu, când îl trădează frațul. Fac acolo m-am oprit. Bun, hai să-i dăm drumul. Done. Done and done. Hai da. Ai văzut măcar ultimul trailer de la Vikings? Nu, am înțeles că apare ceva spin-off series. I don't know, dar felul cum e reprezentat Odin în Valhalla e acum mech, ținând cont că e The Almighty. Da, asta zic, știi? Nu știu. Bine, asta e un joc și trebuie să-ți dea un soi de progresie și I get that. Să-mi ziceți dacă vreți cu muzica on and off, or on or off. Trebuie să câștig neapărat 3 meciuri pe Faceit, dacă nu, s-ar putea să, ca dintr-un monitor de 140 să fac 2 de 120. Așa. Aș vrea să mă să bat. Da. După aia continuăm story. Lasă monitorul în pace. S-a făcut monitorul. Nu știu unde dracu ies de la metro. Aici mai mult? Cred că merge o idee mai încet muzica. Mai bine așa? Liu, la mine s-a întâmplat la cu biroul. Din 1 am făcut 2. Mamă. Didi, mulțumim pentru like. Bă, băieți, lăsați-mă monitoarele în pace. Am doar mouse și căști. Păi, nu știu, eu n-am treaba asta, n-am... Cred că cel mai aproape am fost să distrug un controller de PlayStation, dar nu mai știu în ce condiții. Eu am doar mouse și clear și distruse până acum și doar 2 laptopuri în tinerețe. What the fuck, scoateți-vă boostul de la BBTV și vedeți că nu se mai aude mai nimic. Fără că știu doar boxa. What do you mean? I have no idea. Ce să mă duc în direcția greșită? Mi-au rupt biroul, periferice nu am distrus până acum că sunt sensibili. Asta așa, a rupt birou, mi se pare... God damn! S-au încercat aplicația de Twitch pentru Windows să vezi că nu o să se mai audă la fel. La ce te referi, Andrei? Se aude ceva greș? Ceva iurea sau prea tare, prea încet, prea... One new message. Se aude perfect? Ei, sis, ce faci? Cum ești? Ah! Eu nu știu cu cine vorbești, cu sora mea pe Facebook. Nu văd mesajele în chat, este pe ecran chat-ul, acum merge. Bine, mă uit la tine cum joci. La ce joci? Așa. Bă, fiți cuminți că e sora mea pe chat. Bună seara, doamna sora lui Derek. Man. Credeam că joci Assassin's Creed. Ne uitam la un trailer mai devreme de asta. Diana, bun ai venit. Bun ai venit. Bine ai venit. Am vrut să zic bună și bine ai venit și ai și bun ai venit. Lăsați pe Derek să iasă afară, promite că suntem cuminți. Băi, golanilor. Dați un pic. Să închid unde ești? Mouse without borders. Bra. Mă lasă, ești nebun. Facem așa. Task. Ok. Easy peasy. Să se uite la No Man's Sky? Da, ne uităm mai târziu. Așa, stai așa. Păi de-aia am văzut trailerul și credeam că îl joci, aș vrea să-l cumpăr și eu. E foarte mișto, Silvia. Că te văd și știu că ești în temă. Ce zici de Windows 11? Merită upgrade sau mai așteptăm? Sorry, nu e niciun off topic. There is no topic. Eu abia l-am instalat weekendul trecut. Până acum n-am avut probleme. Și l-am instalat după ce am mai cerut niște păreri așa stânga-dreapta. Din ce am înțeles, dacă e posibil să ai niște probleme cu el pe niște chestii de productivitate. Deci dacă lucrezi de acasă cu baze de date, parcă erau niște, nu știu să zic detalii exact. Contextul fiind că am înțeles că au fost mai multe firme care au trecut la Windows 11 și după aia au făcut rollback la Windows 10 pentru că niște motive. Mersi de lurk, Earthquake. Spora la meci. Dacă nu, eu lucrez de acasă, dar n-am treabă cu problema respectivă, lucrez în Unreal Engine, adică n-am așa. N-ar trebui să ai probleme. Altfel, mi se pare animațiile mișto, mi se pare că arată mai bine UI-ul. Lucoma. Hello. Salutare. E o chestie destul de annoying, nu știu dacă am cum să-ți arăt. De exemplu, nu știu, aici, la whatever, report. La click dreapta, deci apare de 2 ori, pentru că e probabil că există follow age din Twitch, comandă din Twitch și probabil și follow age din Steam Elements, maybe, mă gândesc, nu știu, posibil. Noapte bună, have fun, mersi chiar cu bei, Silvia, noapte bună. Deci la click dreapta s-au schimbat un pic opțiunile, okay? Și ca să ajungi la meniul clasic de click dreapta trebuie să dai show more options, deci practic acum ai 2 click-uri pe care trebuie să le dai. Okay? Altfel mai are tot felul de chestii astea nice, gen poți să-ți ai smart zone-urile sau fancy zone-urile din, care erau până acum în Power Toys. Și din ce am văzut pe Windows 11, da. Tot felul de alte gimmick-uri din astea. S-au mai schimbat meniurile, trebuie să, acum, până m-am obișnuit a trebuit să stau să le cam caut pe net, să văd pe unde le-au pus. Dar în principiu lucrurile sunt mutate înspre bine. Inițial și eu am zis că o să aștept un service pack, ceva, dar mi-a venit notificarea că a fost rollout-ul, am zis why not. Și oricum ai 10 zile din momentul în care l-ai trecut să faci rollback la 10. Partea cea mai nasală este că nu mai ai uncombine la taskbar. La ce te refereai? Sunt aceleași comenzi în run. Run-ul pare să fie același, adică nu știu, nu prea am folosit, dar bănuiesc că da. Dacă ai 5 browsere deschise, ai doar o iconiță. Uite, nu știu, nu folosesc. Dar nu e chiar așa. Uite, deci mai deschid. Tu zici dacă fac treaba asta, da? Adică am 2 browsere deschise, da? Și în bară jos ai adică îți arată iconița, nu știu dacă se vede pe stream, dar îți arată că mai e încă una în spate și dacă faci hover peste, le-ai pe ceea ce, nu știu, adică n-am o problemă cu asta. Ce e mișto este că poți, de exemplu, dacă îți faci faci asta așa și după aia zic, ok, aici vreau să pui asta. În momentul în care, acum, vezi, pentru că sunt puse asta în Smart Zone, momentul în care faci hover peste, ai odată, poți să-ți îți arată alea două pe care le ai sau ăsta pe care le conține pe amândouă, știi? Adică pot să zic, ok, vreau să-l văd, fac minimize, da? Atunci zic, ok, vreau să-l văd ori doar pe ăsta, ori doar pe ăsta, ori dacă vreau pe amândouă cum erau, știi? Și în funcție de cum vrei tu să le pui în... Adică poți să le faci pe 4, poți să... Au băgat chestia aia cu multiple desktops, știi? Sunt chestii destul de faine. Exact, trebuie hover. Da, nu știu, n-am folosit până acum. Așa e și la 10. Ce e așa și la 10? Îți arată taburile dacă duci la hover, nu? Parcă așa... Așa țin și eu minte. Nu vezi două taburi separate pentru productivitate, este nasol. Nu știu, nu m-am lovit de chestia asta. Da, na, e... De seama, unora o să-l plac, altora nu și exact cum ai și tu, exact, na. Ultimate Fury, asta l-am făcut. N-am luat gold-ul. Ok, bun, hai să continuăm story-ul. Journal. Faci doar story? Nu. Nu, dar am tot făcut. Ideea e că pe stream am jucat mai mult story și side-urile am mai jucat și off-stream. Dar acum nu prea am, bine, e și noapte. Și nu prea am. Find the Lost Boy, uite, de exemplu. Să facem pe asta. Ideea era că vreau să avansez un pic în story să îmi iau și gliderul. Că am glumit. Unde mi-a dat mesajul? Ok. Fast travel not available at this moment. Pentru că mă urmăresc băieții aia sau de ce? Nu mai am tăgeți, serios? Nu mai am pe lângă mine. Eu merg pe premiza că merită făcut cap-coadă, adică 100% pe cât posibil. Sunt de acord cu tine, doar că mi se pare că unele... mi se pare că povestea este mult mai bine închegată decât side quest-urile și ca și content pentru stream, mi se pare că unele side quest-uri poate fi destul de boring și de asta... Bro, dispută cu soția, zombie înnoată sau nu? Stai să-mi formulez răspunsul. Opinia general acceptată din câte țin minte este că nu înnoată, dar gen merg pe fundul apei. Okay? Adică am citit, și vă recomand dacă o găsiți, este o carte, se cheamă Zombie Apocalypse Survival Guide și este o carte făcută efectiv ca un survival guide pentru ce s-ar întâmpla dacă ar fi o apocalipsă cu zombie, cum să-ți faci shelter, ce arme sunt cele mai efectiv, cum se comportă zombie, cum să te mamă, ce lapsus am, deal with cu sunetul pe care îl fac. E super, super mișto cartea. Și una din chestii este chestia asta cu dacă body of water ar putea să te apere, știi, și teoria este că dacă în teorie ar putea să te apere, dar given enough time probabil ar putea să treacă pe partea cealaltă trecând pe sub apă, pe fundul mării, știi? Pe fundul apei, poate. Minecraft approves. Hai că Minecraft pot face înțelegeți el, nu știu, pot fucking un noi joc, dar nu părere sunt împărțite. Andrei, nu, deci n-ai... Berg se referea probabil că în Minecraft zombie not. So, da, deci nu noată, dar merg fundoate. Ce vreau să mă teleportez, nu?
Juan would rather enjoy his caviar than take care of it.
Băi, dar găsisem, dar nu mai știu unde eram. Cred că aici la Fortress. Da, aici la Fortress trebuie să ajung. Găsim niște iteme mișto pe care trebuie să nu ne cumpăr.
Hey, so there's this thing.
Handed nu mă interesează. Unde-i Craft Master? Oameni, tot jos. Au ce distracție pe băieți. Nu mai știu cum ajung jos. You remember? Okay.
Dignity and peace.
Craft Master. Yes. Ce-am? Ok. Ce vreau? I guess.
You look like you could use some things.
Asta vreau. What the hell, man? Boomstick. Nu, vreau să mai gădez unde sunt astea. 25. Și nu mai am suficiente trofei. Gata. Parcă era un quest aici, nu? Book Club, side quest-ul. Where is it?
I got a favor to ask.
Poate știu nașpa că nu poți să faci sprint înăuntru în bazele astea, adică, sau parcurs at all. Okay, you told me that something on the dark side. Boys, pardon, dați-mi voie, mulțumesc.
Ader looks like a pile of ground beef.
E bun, ar fi fost să faci niște slide?
Da, da.
L-ai băguit, gata. Cum ajung eu? Nu mai știu cum intram aici. Așa, cred că pot să intru direct. Dar găsisem undeva să-mi fac niște săgeți șmechere, nu mai asta căutam, nu-ți aminte.
Be careful out there.
Find the lost boy. Okay. Ziua. Am crezut că nu poți face acolo în tunelul ăla. Păi asta zic, că înăuntru pe nava aia nu puteam să alerg, nu puteam să fac niciun fel de parcurs. Hai să aștept ziua, poate trebuie să fac asta ziua.
Lately been thinking about my own mortality. No one lives forever.
Să vorbesc cu cineva, să întreb de puști. Nici nu zice, că de obicei îmi spune că you are inside quest area.
The PK's got your back, Pilgrim.
Singurul loc în care n-am fost în Water Tower. Și pare că aici este jos. Hopefully puștii pe aici. Aha, uite.
Hey, I'm Aiden. What's your name?
Match?
I was asked to bring you home.
What about the infected up there?
There aren't any. It's safe.
Then, I'll just hang here. Tell Hugh I'll, be back later.
Look, your father wants you home. He's worried.
Hugh ain't my father. I just work for him.
Ce jocuri de gând să joci după Dying Light sau ai jucat pe stream? Vezi că jocurile pe care le-am terminat pe stream sunt în descrierea streamului. Și după Dying Light, cel mai probabil o să jucăm Sifu. Am început ieri seara, l-am încercat și e mișto, o să jucăm. Iar pe 24 sau 25, Elden Ring.
Fine, I'll talk to him myself. You really want to stay here?
Sure. Not my first time alone in the city. I can take care of myself.
I bet.
Hey, Aiden. Thanks for clearing out the infected.
No problem, kid.
Mult timp m-am aici pe canal, cred că timp de mai bine de un an și jumătate am jucat Warzone. Și destul de recent, am bine și cu așa, here and there, câte altceva. Și destul de recent am început să diversific și să joc și alte chestii de când mi s-a cam luat de Warzone. Și nu regret one bit. Mi-a zis să mă duc să-i spun lui Păcău, nu? Super. Exact ce-mi doream. Pot să fac fast travel direct? Good old days în Warzone până când nu era plin de hacker și nici nu mega Pokémon. Da. Am jucat până... Adică s-a lansat caldera. I actually enjoyed it, dar multă lume cu care jucam am mai jucat și atunci am început să joc foarte rar și până la urmă mi s-a luat. Recent am jucat acum God of War. Am terminat Gears 5 în co-op. Ce am mai jucat? Am mai jucat It Takes Two, tot așa l-am terminat în co-op. Guardians of the Galaxy. Ce am mai jucat pe stream, guys? Little Nightmares. Va fi un Definitive Edition, da, pe Classic Difficulty, înainte de Gears. Nu mai ajung acolo, mă. De fapt, vreau să ajung acolo, vreau să ies. Metri. Știam cine latră pe acolo. Ai, quest era să fac o glumă mai așa. Ce quest? Nu te abține, Berg. Nu, și painting-ul. De unde știi că nu asta a fost intenția și aia a fost doar o coincidență fericită?
What happened? Where's Match?
He says he's not coming back. Doesn't want to work for you anymore. What's he mean, Hugh?
None of your business.
You made it my business when you sent me after Match.
Welcome, bro.
Got me there.
So what exactly are you doing with these kids, Hugh? Match seemed desperate not to come back.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'm training them to
Some
survive.
the pedo vibes.
Come again?
I've taught him to steal and spy
For you?
for anyone who pays.
Are you crazy, Hugh? If the peacekeepers catch them, they'll have no mercy.
That's the first thing I teach them. How not to get caught. It's a fucked up world, Pilgrim. No one's gonna go easy on these orphans.
I'm living proof of that.
I teach them how to survive. Isn't that what fathers do for their children? Match doesn't understand that. Not now. He's at that rebellious age. When he makes it in the city, he'll realize it's because I prepared him.
You're not gonna go after him?
I'm not holding anyone here. We're family.
Okay. Any other quests pe aici? Asta aici. Dacă mai avem niște chestii de făcut până la Eitor. Asta vreau să fac cu Eitor. Cum merge? Merge. Ne-am uitat la niște clipuri mai devreme, am dat drumul la Dying Light.
One would rather enjoy his caviar than take care of that.
Ar putea să fac upgrade la două chestii. E paragliding și V-Light-ul, ok. Să mai găsesc niște militari. Eu mă uit la ceva serial cu asiatici. Ce serial îl fi? The Kingdom e foarte mișto dacă nu l-ați văzut. No, wait. The Kingdom și The Kingdom e mișto că e ăla, ce faci cu salutare? E ăla cu vikingi, foarte mișto, vă recomand. Și mai este The Last Kingdom, care e ceva corean, cu zombie. Foarte cool ceva. Mamă, ce am sărit în sus, Berg, trebuie să te obișnuiești cu... This is the way of the channel. Mă mir că a durat atâta până s-a dat primul. Dix! Baca, like au venit Dixterii.
Husband's fate. Is that why you got a medical degree? To go running to quacks for magic cures?
Listen, we don't have medicine. Herbs are our only chance.
My husband has fought for you for years. You must get medicine for him, not some herbs that might poison him. Time to go, kids.
How is he?
Am văzut The Last Kingdom, e super serial, da, foarte mișto.
But he needs medicine.
Și The Kingdom, ți-am zis, și The Kingdom este mișto. Dick Strain, cum sună asta? Furtuna, nu știu ce să zic. Veni vidi dici. Mau. Dix! Și Dr. Dix, of course. Ați dat rău și l-ați sumonat pe Dr. Dix. Îi zice Bulgasal pe Netflix
damage. And
Bulgasal.
instead of
N-am
medicine,
auzit.
you administer poison. Which has happened plenty.
Tex! Bă, da, gata, pe bune, o să pun zi
Because if somebody messes up one of the
cool
steps of
down.
the recipe, it could kill him.
Exactly. But it's enough to listen carefully to the healer's instructions and follow them. The herbalist I know, she's talented. She's Ator's only hope.
And what's his wife's problem?
Superstitions die hard. Margaret has helped many people everywhere. Some just don't want to admit it.
Dacă noi dăm cu freeze.
Think I can help?
You'd be doing us a big favor. What happened in Old Villador is terrible. We've lost so many people. As far as I know, Ator is our only witness.
So if he dies, we don't find out what happened there.
Exactly.
Where can I find this healer?
On COVID Island. Don't worry. You can trust Margaret.
Am fost atent, mi-a zis ceva care părea important. Tot Margaret. Ok, probabil o să-mi zic asta. Da, e vorba de ceva dude care a rămas imortal după ce nu știu ce demon i-a luat sufletul și a murit, acum îi caută reîncarnarea sau ce și a suflet înapoi. Interesant. Howdy, soldier. Eram jumătate atent și a zis numele insulei ceva cu C și era foarte asemănător la sunet cu COVID Island și eram la what the fuck? Hai mă, slowpoke. Îmi place vremea pe insula asta nouă, mă rog, în City Center. E cu vânt, cu ploaie, cu... Me no like it.
Never sent us inside those GRE labs. Everybody knows they're hellholes. Pilgrim, talk to dispatch. I hear command is considering that power.
I got you, bro. Cum era Rookie? Jeanna d'Arc, ha? Ce te încordezi așa, mă? Cum era aia, mă, cu Vin Diesel? Ce te încordezi așa, patroane? Asta este aia pe care n-am reușit să o fac ieri, nu? Nu mai ajung eu sus. Ah, ok, gara, m-am prins. Hai. Gata, m-am big brain. Hai mă că rămân fără stamina. Oare pot să ajung de aici? Tocmai până acolo? Nope. I'm an idiot. The fuck? Deci dacă asta n-a fost bug, în ce-ți voi mine? Ok. Ah, ok. No, cred. Ce puzzle de căcat. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. A, și acum este și... Man. Acum care este soarele? Bă, dă-o, mă. În jocul ăsta nu ai fall damage, ba da, dacă cazi pe gunoaie sau pe mașini, nu ai fall damage. Hai că câte faci încercări și te văd și pe tine cu biroul. Bă, nu, la cursa aia din Mafia 1, acolo a fost... Ce dubios să văd texturile. Bun, și acum trebuie să aștept. Îl opresc pe ăsta aici. Vine înapoi asta. Îi dau drumul. Bun, și acum asta ar trebui să fie ultimul pas. Nice! Deci ai fall damage, ți-am zis, dacă nu cazi pe niște saltele, gunoaie sau mașini. Și ai și niște perk-uri care îți reduc fall damage. Dar la început îți cam rup picioarele căzând de la distanțe destul de mici. Bun. Acum acolo. Jesus. Primul fără stamina.
It's an emergency. Somebody there?
Who's there?
I have a man in dire need of a healer.
Shh. She's asleep.
Will she be awake soon? It's an emergency.
Always an emergency. Like the time that young woman needed a potion to induce labor, and the guy who needed a salve for his hernia, and... what else was there?
Please wake her up. A man's life is in danger.
Understandable.
It better be. If I find out he just has a hangover, I'll wake her up, but you'll still have to wait. Haven't seen you before. How'd you know where to find us?
From the Peacekeepers.
Then you've come to the wrong healer. Get out. Haven't you all made her suffer enough? And now those renegades. There'd been a ceasefire for years. They left us alone. And
Stare
then all of
chelie,
a
but
sudden,
not really.
they went mad. Where were you when they were taking over the island? For the first time, we really needed you. And what? You didn't come.
They're gone. I just took care of them.
I don't believe you. You're lying. Just to get what you want. Like all peacekeepers.
Do we have a visitor, Gerard? I'll be there in a moment.
Fost nevoie să transpiri rău să câștig meciul. No pain, no gain.
What does it matter?
Unul dintre ei mai e două,
Peacekeeper's life of less value?
Bagă.
Listen, you arrogant little shit. Your people call healers like Margaret witches. People fear healers when they could be helping people. Then one wrong
Sper să dea
move and you
repede.
peacekeepers are quick to hang them. So you ask if a peacekeeper's life is worth less? It is to me. Worth less, far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'm not a peacekeeper. I'm only trying to help one.
All the same to me.
Let him in, Gerard.
Hai mă, Gerard.
I'm just a messenger. A doctor sent me. His name's Stephen.
Doctors shun folk healers these days. Using a folk remedy would harm his reputation.
It already has. He sent me to you against the wishes of the man's family.
Gerard,
Yes?
you said there was a man.
E greu
He
pentru că nu am
saved
full
us
stack
from the
constant.
renegades. Is this the
Da, e
man?
mult mai ok dacă joci și
What's
cu oameni
your
pe care
name,
știi.
boy?
Aiden.
So, you are the one who saved us. We owe you a great debt. And who is the dying man?
His name's Ader. He's a high-ranking officer.
Margaret, don't. If something goes wrong, you'll be blamed again.
But if this goes well, perhaps it's a chance to help
Ce are la
more people.
fățucă? Ah. E oarbă.
Blamed again? What do you mean?
The last peacekeeper to ask me for help blamed me for his own incompetence.
Deci asta are
Gave his
pătrunjel
wounded soldiers
la
the wrong
piept.
herb.
Dar mă
Despite
joc
my
solo și
clear
uite, meciul ăsta pe care l-am
instructions,
câștigat am plecat cu 4 polonezi prin meci și la echipa adversă erau 4 români prin meci cu un polonez.
I'm only still alive because Jack Matt deigned to be merciful. Decided it was a tragic accident. He spared my life, but took my eyes.
Damn.
Does this mean you'll help me?
I'm out of the herbs you need, but I can tell you where to find them. You'll be looking for a flower called the recluse. It thrives in soil soaked in toxic sludge. You will be able to pick it up safely only at night, when its petals glow. But it's not enough to simply pick it willy-nilly. Only the small petals have the healing qualities. Beware
The
of the
small
big ones.
petals.
They contain deadly poison. Can you remember that?
Petalele
Small
mici.
petals heal, big ones poison. I'll remember.
We'll regret this.
Ciudat
I
matchmaking.
assure you.
Matchmaking, to be honest. Dar nu știu dacă îți face matchmaking în funcție de zonă, cred că îți face matchmaking sau de IP. Cred că îți face matchmaking în funcție de MMR.
I'm looking for an herb. It's called the recluse.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with it. I think those funny flowers grow by the canal, north of All Saints Bridge. That's where I'd look.
It's a lead.
And actually, I'd wait until night.
Oh, thanks.
Dar știi că de foarte multe ori picul român în echipă pur și simplu prefer să vorbesc în engleză, că în general suntem foarte proste. Da, știu ce zici. Deci ultimele, cred că 5 ori când i-am dat wait, mi-a făcut criza asta, deci cred că se apropie ceva. Am un marker pe undeva aici. Gabi, ce faci, bro? Bine venit, mulțumim pentru like. Mamă, cât sunt. Of. Undeva și mute. Dar e annoying să vezi că te întâlnești mai bine cu alții decât cu ai tăi? Da, știu ce zici. Numai că sunt 4 primeri și ți-ai kick, pe Faceit nu ai cum să ți-ai kick, lurk, revin scor acolo, Earthquake. Yes. Profis, mulțumesc. Aș putea să mă teleportez.
Juan would rather enjoy his caviar than take care of that.
Și câte ore de gameplay are Dying Light 2? Dacă faci doar main story, 20, dacă faci main story și side quest-uri, 40, parcă, și dacă vrei să faci 100% undeva la 400, ceva de genul ăsta. Da, e o diferență foarte mare între quest-uri și nu știu ce faci în 400 de ore, adică...
How's the patient?
He's starting to wake up. Thank you for your help. You can go.
Wait! What's going on here? You went to the witch, didn't you? To this Margaret?
Proiectez chestii random ca în orice alt joc. Da, probabil.
A witch? Never met any witches.
There's no such thing as witches. That's superstition.
Superstition! Witchcraft is a crime!
Please, just calm down.
What's happening?
We're
Păi
losing.
cred că ai destul de făcut în 400 de ore de sfar și DLC. Încă n-au anunțat nici... Mă rog, au anunțat un DLC, dar o să vină prin iunie. Deci nu, fără DLC-uri, doar main game.
She killed his men! She should have hanged for that, but Jack Mack had Aethel burn her eyes out instead!
What?
Did you tell her? She'll have given you poison, I guarantee it!
Aiden, give me the herbs, damn it.
How is he?
It appears the medicine is as effective as I'd hoped. He needs his rest. We should all leave him be.
I won't be far.
It looks like you had Margaret pegged. She didn't want to poison him after all.
Yes, seems that way.
How long will it take for him to recover?
Days, weeks. He's strong and otherwise in good health. So days
Pe mine
is a
nu mă
likely
atrage atât de mult
scenario.
jocul, dar stau pe Steam
As long
pentru
as
vibe și
he's allowed
calitate.
to rest.
Apreciez super
I'm
mult
sure
jocul.
his family will want to be by his side.
Jocul, să știi că începe destul de slow și povestea e destul de forțat așa la început, dar it picks up și devine destul de, mai ales pe măsură ce începi să deblochezi abilități de parkour și astea. Wow. Ok. Ok. Dash. Dash. Asta vreau. Ok. Bun. Bă. Ce fac ăsta aici? Unde e?
Matt? What's up?
I wanted to officially thank you. I
Ambele sunt prea blane jocurile. Unul a fost foarte mișto, mi-a plăcut. Ce să-mi place, adică... nu jucam niciunul, nu sunt tipul meu, dar pentru cine pe temă pare destul de bun. Da, e chiar că e. Unde mă ăla? O fi afară? De asta e nașpa, adică nu mă las să sar peste balustradă, like... Uai. Și costumul duce la... Asta e main quest. Păi nu, vreau duc afară, să văd dacă găsesc side quest-ul ăla cu club-ul. Care era la sus, deci.
Not a bad idea, actually. Can I ask for a favor?
Da, pare să fie afară. Mi-am aminte de Batman, ăsta nou. Da, înțeleg ce zici. Adică în sensul că e tot așa open world, cu multe activități, cu mers pe acoperișuri și... ok. De ce nu mi-arată markerul către quest? Nu și harta când o deschizi aproape one-on-one. Da, uite, și harta arată similar. Păi, asta știi cum e, adică dacă... Nu, de ce o fi... Oare pot să ies deasupra pe navă? Dacă ceva ai făcut bine, n-are rost să reinventezi roata, știi?
Can I ask for a favor? Next time, give me some. I'm being jailed for my innocence.
Să fie băguit asta? Da, anyway, nu mai stau să-l caut că... Și scanning tool-ul, dar cum zici tu, dacă e ceva făcut bine și prinde, de ce să alternăm ideea? Da, da, da. Bine, ăla e un survival sense care îți arată ideea astea, chestiile cu care poți să interacționezi, știi? Dar are și o chestie de niște secvențe de astea de investigație în care tot așa ți arată pașii și e destul de cool. Cum să mânca din arată. Opa, stai așa, și aici am un... aș vrea să ajung la asta. La military airdrop. Care este undeva acolo. Bârbă, o secundă. Așa, dacă... Sorry. Ok. Ce avem? Aulor acolo. Ce am făcut aici? Ok. Ca să ajung acolo. Ok. Acum mă duc înapoi. Asta e planul. Fac aceeași șmecherie și sar. Oare pot acupa asta? Hop. Cam așa. Să se până ziua asta. Baca. Lărcăi ce lărcăi, mai scap cât un Dix. Total random. Oare dacă să sar de acolo? Băi, ce om, a sărit în sus. Mi-am pus căștile, mi-a rupt urechile. Welcome to the channel. A, uite mă că e un... A, dar e sus. E un lift acolo. Nu mai spre pe domnul streamer, de fapt a fost strategic ca să mai trezească chat-ul. E și asta o opțiune. băieții. Dă seama cum e Earthquake acum pe ce se atent și i-a țipat Dex în căști. Cred că dă și el să trimă pe mute cât... Sure. Super. Stați niște băieți, n-am. Degeaba am făcut asta. Eu vreau asta, vreau trofeile de la băieții ăștia. Unde să ia dezblocați? Asta... A fost acolo.
Want to try a pint? It's cold and fresh.
One of two of life's great pleasures.
Păi retrag ce am zis streamurile trecute, că toți sunt prezați în apocalipsă.
What do you think?
Băiatul ăsta este dovada că nu e așa.
Sweet thrill of gambling, obviously.
Oh yeah? What's your game?
Now it's just boring cards. When the captain's not looking. Used to be much more crazy when the night runners were around. See that group of buildings there? They had a parkour course between them. There was this cheeky guy named, Hassan? Pakan? Anyway, he used it to test recruits for their skills with the grappling hook. Gave them some wicked shit with it.
Let me guess. You and the guys placed bets on who's gonna fall on his ass first.
Exactly. Well. Hey, tell you what.
How do you mean?
Well, some of these recruits actually finished the course. And several of them had some crazy results even. Hey fellas, get your purses ready. If you feel up to it, just pump.
Eu nu am grappling hook încă.
We're really gonna win this war. Pilgrim?
Să ajung acolo.
You can't be here. You ain't no PK.
Good day, citizen.
Good day. Good day, citizen.
Having the power of acum will change the tide of the war. I hear the PK.
Nu ajung eu acolo, mă. Dacă era bere, era ce trebuie. Și m-am depărtat destul de mult.
Engineers are working on alarms and electric traps.
Ce m-am speriat. I fucked up? I fucked up! F in chat. Și m-a dat destul de aproape.
Emotional damage!
What are you doing?
A few days ago, I thought I saw a bird of... It was bigger than a kestrel. More like a sparrow. It's been bothering me. At least nothing should.
That's true.
So I dug up my old bird call tapes.
And how's that going?
Poorly.
Maybe you're not speaking it.
I am. Sparrow hogs are hard-wired.
What are you gonna do?
I could try one more trick, but I'd like to play the calls from a very high
Am
place
pentru aia cu
without
nu mor.
anyone around, even myself.
Do you have any particular very high place in mind?
The radio tower. It might draw him out, and I could observe from...
Makes sense.
You think so?
I can't.
Of course. But if you do decide to help, take this tape recorder. It will definitely come in handy. By the way, I'm Adrian.
I'm Aiden. I'll get in
Adrian.
touch.
Bine mă, Adrian. Care este radio tower? Probabil la sus. În dreapta.
I hope it will answer the call.
Delivering lamps ain't a difficult job.
Unde-i mă aia? E acolo.
Exciting, isn't it?
Alul. Mama lui degeaba. Ai o funie. Cum naiba ajung mă acolo sus? Ce fac? Sigur e pe aici ceva. Anyway. O să caut pe net să văd cum ajung la aia, că nu stau cum să... Cred că mi se pare că am stat suficient. Radio Tower este... și poate mă parașutez de sus de pe Radio Tower. Win-win. Cum naiba ajung pe Radio Tower, da?
Heard about Rose's withdrawal from the island.
Bune.
Ada looks like a pile of ground beef. What did that to him?
Am blocat. Nu cred, mă, băi, deci... Ce faceți, mă, vă distrați? Sau de moneda aia din când în când, e din joc sau de la stream? Nu, e din joc. Te anunță că intri în umbră, se pare. Povestea este că eu, la începutul jocului, m-am mușcat un de-ăsta, un zombalou de-ăsta și sunt infectat, ei? Și atunci trebuie să stau la lumină, zombii sunt fotosensibili și UV light-ul Hai cum am enervat. Deci dacă stai mult timp în umbră, dai change team, da, ceva de genul. Bă, prietene. Și când intri în întuneric îți apare un timer, poți să stai, știi, până începi să te transformi. Bun, deci unde era... Uite la acolo. Dar noaptea nu te transformi? Păi și noaptea. Noaptea ți apare ăla constant și atunci trebuie să găsești campuri de alea cu UV light sau lumină. Ok, și de aici? Ok. Urc în copac? Pe aici.
Stay a while and listen.
Alexa, Ala, bine ai venit, mulțumesc pentru follow. Ia un loc. Enjoy yourself, bine ai venit pe canal. Presimt că iar o să mori. Presimt un prediction în chat. Încă un monitor de 240, nice. Bravo, bro. Eu zic să iei pauză că îți încerci prea mult noroc cu cei deja ai 2 din 3. S-ar putea să fie o șmecherie să mai iei o pauză. Sau, cine știe, poate acum ești pe... intri în flow. În 12 meciuri am pierdut unul singur sau Gucci. Ah, ok, deci ești... ești on fire, ca să zic așa. Ok. Uite, vezi cum am intrat înăuntru? Mi-a apărut chestulețul la sus. Pe bun, și de aici aș putea să sar, dacă nu e vreun vent pe undeva. Pe vreo ușă. Aș putea să sar și să mă duc în ăla, care să mă ducă pe ăla, I guess? Unde e? Stai așa. La în dreapta undeva. Sau aș putea să sar? Să încerc să mă duc până acolo. Altă variantă nu văd. Așa că it goes nothing. Un lift? Ce era să... Bă, dar nu mi-am luat skills, nu mi-am luat stomp-ul. A, nu l-am luat încă. Bine că nu zici că dai one tap. Totul cum stai așa, cam pe... Vai, ce am crezut că te duci după... Da, și eu am zis că I have made a terrible mistake. Vreau pene aici, pene. Dar toată complicația asta nu era mai ușor să mergi până acolo, a nevoie mai de sus. Da, păi asta e sus pe clădire, trebuie să ajung pe Radio Tower, să pun panorama aia de aia nu știu cum ajung în dracu. Deci, și dacă făceam toată șmecheria asta, veneam până aici, ok. Și de aici aș putea să mă duc pe aici, yes. Nu pe aici am venit, nu pe aici am venit. Ok, facem altfel atunci. Trebuie să mă duc sus pe clădirea asta. Nu pe aici. Aici bine? Să iau... Nu cred că mă duce suficient de sus. Unde e asta? Miere... Headshot only, am băgat acum de seamă că e același move ca și în Apex cu mâinile în față. Da. E similar. Deci... Unde sunt penele? Asta le vreau. That was close. Așa am ajuns tot aici. Nu trag cu gloanțe oarbe. Ok, let's stop it. Și cum n-ai ajung mă super idiota? Bă, stați, o să mă uit pe net, frate, că n-am... Mai citit restul de repede, Derek. O să fie descrierea mea pe Tinder. Ok, that explains it. You have to climb the city bus to continue your path. How to get to the radio antenna. Nu asta. How to climb the Wharf Radio Tower. Dar nu, ăsta e Wharf, nu? Sau aici sunt eu? Sunt la Wharf? Nu, sunt în downtown. The downtown radio tower. Ok, ăsta e. Ok, și duce ăla care este... Se duce exact în punctul în care sunt eu acum. Ok. Ok. Military drop-ul, nice. Deci ca să urci pe Radio Tower trebuie să tai 2 zombi și să iei coarda, deci faci Superman move. Da, după care să faci Superman move. Ok. Aia cu zburatul nu prea... Dacă trag paragliderul stând pe loc. Mă, nu, trebuie să fie unde bate vântul. E un... Vezi unde sunt astea așa, particulele astea, teoretic e vânt, că e la fel ca acolo. Vezi? Unde e fanul ăla. S-ar putea că asta să fie șmecheria? Habar n-aveam. Activity al nivelului progress the story to unlock it. Ce bine că am venit până aici, nu? Yo, Raz! Ăla!
Da, e random. S-a auzit, mă, că face honk!
Știa că și n-a spate să vedem? Alexa, ai ce aici dau de tine, Raz?
Honk!
Mai ține de acolo până la să iau direct.
That's right.
How many are there? 6?
5.
Am fugit să mai câștig un meci? Godspeed. Revin învingător. Asta nu te mai primim.
It means the air is getting cleaner. The amount of chemical particulates in the air is going down. Get away from the nest at once.
What about the tape recorder?
No self-respecting bird watcher would disturb a nesting bird. Let's hope the young hatch.
Yeah, they're probably safe here.
I think so. Thank you, Aiden. This is...
I'm glad I could help.
Nice. Asta e dacă toți sunt aici. Mă ceartă păsăroiul. Dacă toți sunt aici, să dau drumul la scara asta. Alexa, nu e vina mea că ai gusturi bune la streameri. Aww, you guys. Bun, hai să iau și pe acolo la asta. Dacă tot suntem aici. Care este undeva în... Aha, acolo. military supplies astea îmi dau... mă lasă să-mi upgradez paragliderul. Și se găsesc doar în chesturi de-astea. Mă, eu dau follow la majoritatea românașilor, susțin pe toți. Nu știu dacă să o iau ca pe un compliment sau nu. Glumesc. E super apreciat follow, Alex. Ia, uite. Uite, aici nu pot să scot paragliderul. Redeem Dix nu este cu redeem, este doar cu... e free. Raz. Da, deci să fie efectul de particule în aer. Dix! Jesus. Codrin. Hello. Aici am venit cu Tawan, nu? Parcă la început.
Why are you the way that you are?
Așa se dă redeem la Dix. Vezi, cine știe?
Emotional damage!
Ajung până acolo.
What the fuck?
E chiar 2.
It's so heartless and cruel to treat me like that.
I'm on fire, what the hell?
Hey, has someone hurt you?
Bă, cât de funny e tipul ăla cu emotional damage. Este. Deci tu ai la redeem și tot ai speriat.
By making life hell. In my own home.
Ce faci, Codrin?
I couldn't take it anymore. So I left.
Where will you go?
Oh, I heard about an abandoned container nearby. It used to belong to the peacekeepers, but now it's empty. Well, it was empty. When I went to see it, infected were all over the place.
I would say
Would you do that?
Not great, not terrible.
I'll pay you.
Sure thing. Where can I find you afterwards?
Ai terminat cu sesiunea? Nu că aștept jocuri care să folosesc acest meme la game over screen. Then for Brigitte.
How can a son do this to his mother?
You know what I miss most?
Don't you get enough adrenaline?
You know what they say. These days, seemed only one person in this city could fly.
Well, you're a paraglider? So why do you miss flying? I mean, you can still do it.
Mâine am examen, mă simt meh at the moment, mâine restanță, mă rog. Am făcut și proiectul ăla de 80 de pagini pentru acel om minunat. Lord to that, bro. Sper să fie ok mâine. Mă auzi briji. Antia aia de mai devreme, n-ai văzut?
The Night Runners instantly fell in love with it. Wanted to learn how to fly. So I set up a test track. I picked...
Ah, ok, asta este... Da, e Tour Challenge. Hai să începem. Vedem cât de tare îmi rup picioarele. Am ratat deja pe primul, nu? Hai că am început bine. Da, încă aștept să înceapă și ea stream-ul. Și acum l-am ratat, mă? Incredibil. Încă o dată și dacă și acum am say fuck it. Fuck it. Te simți nervos dacă consider că am dat Dix.
Emotional damage!
Hai, încă o dată și gata. 45 de minute, dar am făcut gold la asta. 45 de minute, Jesus Christ. Mie văd că nu mi iese... Bă, deci nu există așa ceva. Nu mai gata, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Fuck it. Ce mai e? Side quest. Undying Affection. Bă, nu, știi ce? Actually, mergem să facem main quest. Sunt convins că o să meargă mult mai ok când o să primesc grappling hook-ul, ca să pot să mă mișc mai agil. Welcome frame drops. Ce mai faci? Uite bine, m-am pus în pat, azi să descarc puțin telefonul, viață, tu ce faci, cum a fost la micu? You're having a moment. Am primit deja, sunt un fel de mai multe zburătoare în joc. Păcat de frame drop-urile astea, nu știu când planez să le rezolve. Îl pui să se încingă. Trebuie să mai puțin că m-am durut tot capul, am fost ok overall, nu rest, nu mai nimic mâncat, mănânc 12 noaptea.
He is a snack, isn't he, dear? Care to join?
I'm a snack.
No, thank you.
Oh, have I embarrassed you? I'm sorry, I do have that effect on people.
I'll wait for you, but make it quick.
Make it quick.
I must admit, I admire your persistence. Almost curious what you do after I send you packing, yet again.
You'll regret it.
"16-year-old Highland single malt. Bottled a year before the pandemic broke out."
Dicks!
I've read that one barrel of this stuff sold at
Abia aștept când să beau și o bere. Da. Uite când cu gastrita mă cam abțin de la alcool. Mai ales chestii acidulate. Ce haine de jester are asta așa.
To your health, handsome.
Azi că beau un arpi pentru tine, apreciez răz. De când ca să stai trecut de băuturi neacidulate, whisky, vodka. Rom, bro.
Did Matt tell you why he wanted them? Why he really wanted them?
Yeah, to take control of the TV tower.
Wait, he's serious? Is he crazy? Nobody tried
Depinde ce
that for
gastrita
over
ai,
a
dacă se
decade.
vindecă poți să te abții. Îți lași domnul streamer un rom mic?
So I guess it's dangerous.
No, mă abțin.
That's what the lamps are for.
But lamps need electricity to run.
Nu știu, Alex, e ceva hernie gastrică, parcă se
People have
numește.
tried to take it without power.
Un rom mic,
Heroes and
frate.
fools alike. All ended up as volatile snacks.
That's Matt's problem. What do you
Ce
care?
golani sunteți.
I care because something's not right. Can't you sense that as well, Aiden?
Eu am gastrită din aia rezistentă la tratamente, am o toată fetișoara mea, nasol.
Matt wants to prepare
A
to
mea
defend
e
the city from the
dezvoltată în
butcher's
timp.
coming attack.
So we should start building him a monument, right? Only problem? The butcher isn't planning any attack.
How do you know?
I have my spies. Among the renegades
F în
as
chat pentru
well.
gastrita mea.
Since the end of the war, we have occupied the city center, while the colonel squats in the dam. One push of a lever, and half the city will find itself under toxic water. The colonel is not stupid. He knows
Și
war
de
will be
reflux,
the end of everything.
m-am uitat ca prostul.
So why did the butcher attack the canteen? That's in the city center.
Good question. Maybe it wasn't the colonel who gave the order. Something more is going on.
Fuck! 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 Oh!
What about the UV lamps? Why does he want them?
For a while now, he's
Așa o să
been
se întoarcă
ordering
Earth după ce
way
și-a
more
bătaie la
lamps
al
than
treilea
we
meci.
possibly need.
Emotional damage!
No accounting for them once we deliver.
Why would Jack skim UV lamps?
And here, friend, the mystery takes flight. Jack never got over the fact that he didn't defeat the butcher back when he had the chance.
Al knocking mă distează că și-o fură și chatul.
He knew that if he attacked the dam, the colonel would close the floodgates. And the rising water levels would push the chemicals up out of the ground, burning through everything that lives in the city. It's been a stalemate for over 10 years, each waiting for the other to make a move. But then, someone turned the power on and something changed. And the renegades attacked the canteen.
I'm not here for my health, Juan. I need the lamps to
find out what happened to your sister. Right, Aiden? I told you I got my spies. Might be able to find something
Cei la
out
care
about
vin
Waltz and
musafiri.
your sister.
Și eu mai tare aia la care nu vin
Specifically about
musafiri.
the GRE scientist you and Matt are trying to contact. I'd even
Are
say
limbarniță?
with my
Da, e super
resources, I
enervant.
can find this person faster than Matt. I actually doubt he's able to find them at all.
Da,
How do I
stupid,
know
da.
you're not using me to make a move of your own?
I'm not your enemy, Aiden. It's a shame you don't see that. You'll get your lamps. You just gotta talk to Demolan.
La mine musafiri intră direct.
He's my man.
Mă duc să mă spăl la Baca Junior.
More lamps, but he hasn't checked in for a while.
Where can I find him?
Around here, last I heard from him. Find him. Then come back to me here afterward.
Got it.
You got it. You got it. Ok, guys, mă bag la son, baftă la stream, jocuri și mai faceți să ne auzim luni când vă vedem în descriere. Nu cred că facem în weekend, so see ya. Mersi, bag. Odihnă ușoară. Ne vedem luni, adevăr. Spate la grăsunel, jegosule. Mau.
Dignity and peace, brother. You're fighting a good fight.
No good.
Where'd you dig it up? Ain't got nothing.
Ability to what? N-am citit ce face. N-am citit ce ability mi-am făcut. Ah, ăsta. Press așa. Yes. Shift to boost. Ok. Ce mă enervează starterurile astea, Jesus Christ. Uh. 8.000, Jesus Christ.
Fine, doesn't matter.
90, 55, 103, what the fuck? Find the missing squad. Am luat în brațe stâlpul ăla. Nice. What the fuck, ce s-a auzit?
Hey! Is anyone there?
E un big boy. Unde ești, mă? De unde dai, mă? Fuck sake, m-am speriat de cap de penis ăsta. Unde fugiți, mă? E ok, bro? M-am speriat mai tare decât era cazul. Pentru momente fane jumpscare-uri și alte apelați cu încredere. Am luat de la asta mare? Moderator cu un permis pentru clipul cu față direct. Cred că pentru clipuri nu trebuie permis.
Goddamn superhero. That beast had us trapped here. Wouldn't go away. It attacked us right as we got here. Mark got hurt pretty bad. We barely escaped and huddled up here. Finally went quiet not long ago. We thought that thing had wandered off. Next thing we hear is you banging on our barricade and then it all started again.
Parcă știam că astea din Twitch nu ți le moderează.
Come on, let's get you to a doctor.
Ia zi, ce ați făcut acolo?
Dex!
Fuck sake, m-am speriat de cap de penis ăsta. Ce vă mai place?
Thanks, man.
You're Demolin, right? I'm Aiden.
Not bad. Not bad. Aiden. Nice to meet you. Your skills are
Faza e că
exceptional.
la cât de eficiente sunt arcurile, nu înțeleg de ce nu sunt mai mulți care, adică de ce nu este de weapon of choice, știi, pentru toată lumea.
I'm a pilgrim.
A pilgrim?
Quite a long way, yes. Why?
Have you been to Marseille by any chance?
I'm sorry. Never heard of the place.
My hometown. I wonder what's become of it.
Juan told me to check up on you and the lamps.
Ah, the lamps. Piece of cake, he says. Huh, no such luck. We found a few, but it wasn't what you would call a bountiful harvest. And it came at great cost. The corporal killed by the beast outside has a brother in the unit. He will be devastated. He is at present with a squad down south on the lower dam promenade. They have not reported in.
That doesn't sound good.
We need to find him. The boy's mother lost her husband in a
Yeah,
dark
it's
zone
just
just last week. Now, his son. If her other son were to perish...
I'll try to find...
Okay. The islands are a dangerous area. Get going already.
Hey, thanks for what you did out there, man. You saved our asses.
Un fast travel pe acolo. Nu. Parcurs ski. Kind of weird. Tap F while jumping over walls.
Hey, how you doing there?
Oh, great. Supply are quite a helpless bunch, it seems.
What did you expect? There were ordinary people before the fall. Craftsmen, teachers, gardeners, not fighters.
Back, nici nu am fost gravidă, nici când am fost gravidă nu mâncam la ore din astea. Ai avut o sarcină de asta cu pofte? Avem atâtea easter egg-uri, unul este cu Star Wars related, altul este Cyberpunk related, altul este Devs related sau Battlefield related, dacă vezi la scriptul pentru React. Da, bagă. Dar cred că mai bine mi-l lași pe Discord ca să nu se pierdă prin...
What the hell is Supply doing? Delivering lamps ain't a difficult job.
Da, tot saci am mâncat grapefruit. Da. Uite aici. Nu dau seama dacă sus sau jos. Uite acum.
Renegades, more of them.
Vrei video cu tot, cu locația sau unde le poți găsi sau vrei doar showcase? Cred că doar showcase. Și înainte nu-l suportam, să știi că am mai auzit de cazuri din genul ăsta. Mi-ai făcut poftă. Acest scope poate să aibă, da, făcut din
Found your men.
pârmă.
Some of them, at least. I'm sorry to say, they're dead.
You sure? How many?
2 bodies, both quite dead.
Quite
The squad
dead.
had 5 men. There are 3 others. There's still hope.
Okay, I'll look for them.
Dar era mișto, puteam să ne iau săgețile înapoi. Nu mai am medkituri? Nu mai am. Asta de fapt să le dau și drop la celelalte. O spațiu în inventar. Deja sunt zombie level 5 aici.
They were totally berserk.
It's crazy, I know. Something must have happened to them. They used to be regular soldiers, at least most of them. But now they're more like living virals. They're mad. They kill everyone in their path.
Like mad? What do you mean?
They say Williams treats them like animals, and they go wild.
Oh, the butcher is crazy, like they say.
Crazy and unpredictable.
Maxim 10 minute de react. Acum, de exemplu, nu mai pot să mănânc toporceanul. Și știi că ai zis, sunt 5 și 7 minute, dar să 4 că e it's fine, bro.
Found him. Don't move. Hey, you guys all right?
Me, yeah. Sebastian, not so much.
How is he?
Pretty bad. Goddamn. Don't know why there's suddenly so many of them in this. Came at us so hard and fast.
You able to walk?
I won't leave him alone. Not when he's like this.
He needs a new bandage.
I don't have any more. Listen.
Oh yeah, about his...
No. Devlin promised him to take him one day to Marseille. He can't die.
This should... I'm sure he'll be fine. But I...
After we drove off the renegades, we reached the building.
Ce-i cu Toporceanu?
Strung some ropes across from the
Toporceanu?
next roof. And
Asta mai întrebam și eu. Toporceanu nu e ăla de la Creative Monkeys?
The lamps?
They're still on the landing pad on the roof. The military hit them well. Made sure no one could see
Ah,
them.
uite, ca și zici că din Creative Monkeys
Seba only
fan.
saw them from the next building through binoculars. But we didn't get a chance to finish securing the ropes.
Is there any other way to get there?
You could go through the building, but like I said, wall-to-wall biters.
I gotcha. I'll try the rope.
You'd have to be a spider to climb in. And it's swarming with...
I like taking... Take this, contact
Ziceați că e
Emily and tell me
ceva
what happened here.
cu
I'll go get those lamps.
funie Summer. You have to be a spider. Something. Oh, fuck me. Super, și vine noaptea. Toporceanu eu după ce ajung acasă obosit și ceva, cineva fute buha, pachet prin poștă chinezească în jomul. Uite Toporceanu, Darius versiunea 2.0. Yep. Really nice. Ok. Deci pe aici am venit. Ok, pe acolo. Aici mine? Mă distrează când rămân ăștia în picioare așa. Și că le fac masaj la tălpi. Ok, now what? Ajung mai sus. Ah, ok, pe aici. Ah, ok, putem și pe aici. O... Iar nu pot să pun nimic? Ah, da, pe să nu pot să pun nimic. ...56, 114, 74, 3, 114. E unul de la mare aici, lângă mine, cumva? Yep. Mistakes were made.
Aiden? What's going on?
Păi, am pierdut...
I'm fine, but I took a fall. The lamps are busted in this one. Gotta take care of that thing up top and check the other container.
Admit it. One's your type.
What? The one...
M-am căcat pe mine.
Get lost.
M-am căcat pe mine. Salut, domnul. Arcul este OP, frate. Bine, eu sunt și level aproape 5 și ăsta era level 3, so... Got that going for me, dar...
Oh well, that's more like it.
Aiden a prizat ciment, că așa pare. A fost culturist la viața lui.
Dozen crates, maybe more. All untouched.
Prizat ciment, man.
Tobias told me you helped him as well. Many thanks. Tu es très débrouillard.
Thanks. Whatever that means. There's too much for me to carry on my own, and no way I'd make it through the infected while loaded down.
The boys can get to the roof and manage the lamps themselves.
Așa, artifact bracers. 5, dar sunt de medic. O să-mi pun astea. Pun cea mai bun pe mine. Astea de medic nu-ți dau armură, e weird. M-am întors victorios. Bravo, Earthquake. Make us proud.
We secured the lamps, but the squad hit a snag when the renegades...
Shh. Not over the radio. Come to my quarters on the ship.
Sebastian, salutare, văd că te-au prins jocul. Da, da, e chiar mișto. Am câștigat împotriva unui cheater. Holy shit, nice, a făcut 50 de fraguri băiatul. Mamă, și cum ați câștigat? Military airdrop. Okay. I want military airdrop. Bă, eu am cumva explosive arrows puse? Nu, așa. Eram singur de la ei care juca și făceam pic în același timp și nu putea să-i sară de ținta decât pe unul. Da, la ce se... Alex. Da, înseamnă că v-ați coordonat mișto. Și nici de... Păi, credeam că fac și eu șmecherie. Că ajung și la airdrop. O fi atât de simplu. Lol. Bracers de arcaș, nice. Nu ai jucat versus Spinbot? Atunci să vezi cum era pic de 5 și nu scăpa nimeni. De acolo mai bagă băieții cheats, se adun mai este farme cu... Peste tot sunt cheater. Unde sunt alea braceri de 5? Actually, mai slab am. Da. Să luăm nonetheless, ia să vedem. Da, e mai slab de ce. Bun, știu să mă teleportez înapoi, nu? Nice. Să vedeți mulți bani, un cont de Faceit level 10 este acum câteva sute de euro, am niște ani de zile în CS, am văzut prea multe FPS-uri. Mă joc CS de când lumea și pământul, ți apare o bulină mică portocalie pe noul item pe care l-ai în inventar. Da, am văzut. Treaba e că nu verific niciodată ce am în inventar și majoritatea itemurilor sunt cu bulină, știi? Și de aia sunt like, wait, care l-am luat? Buff. Hai mă să facem lockpick-urile maxim. CS16 pe mouse cu bilă și vine Gigel cu mouse-ul de acasă căci că ăia nou scuipat pe bilă. Mamă, asta erau la sală. De la mouse de 15 lei la mouse de 400 de lei. Oricum mi-am propus să fac level 10 pe Faceit dacă o să-mi permite timpul. Am dat 700 pe al meu. Eu mă cam bag la somn, încântată de cunoștință, spor la joacă. Alex, mă super bucur că ai trecut pe aici, sper să ne mai vedem. Odihnă ușoară. Nu e bine să ieși, urmează un clip extraordinar. Da, mai durează un pic până ne uităm la clipul ăla. Tastatura mea e aproape dublu cât mouse-ul tău, aproape. Mama, ce mouse aveți? Ce tastaturi aveți? La 6-7 mă trezesc ca în bebel. Te cred, Alexa. Suntem cam în aceeași situație. Chiar cât are la micu, dacă nu e... Mr. Alveus, alo! 5 luni, oh, e mititel. Să fie cu nopți liniștite atunci.
Am nicio șansă, spune.
Ce face Alveus? Salutare, bine venit! Mersi că ai trecut pe aici, Alexa, încă o dată. Și ți-am zis, sper să fie cu nopți liniștite. Mouse nu am investit bani că nu are sens, am un Corsair K95 pe acum MX Red care e 1200 de lei și un Logitech Pro X Super Light.
Mouse turds, buckshot.
Dios, que triste. These are eggs, Aiden.
You have some really small chickens.
Fish eggs.
Genul 115
To be exact.
Painkillers.
Straight from the Caspian Sea. Dissolving on your tongue, you
Salut,
take
frate
the waves
Dixter.
of a black, deep sea in a faraway land.
Mulțumesc foarte mult pentru lurk, Alexa. Am ieșit din loc Stark, tot pe alb l-am și eu. Da, e foarte cool. Mă oftic că gripurile cu care vine sunt negre și gen nu poți să le folosești că strici aspectul mouse-ului.
Dex! And enjoy the beauty of life at the same time.
Who do you mean?
The Jack Matts and Aidens.
Am full Logitech Pro.
Such a shame
Nice.
you picked the wrong team.
Only team I'm on is my own.
Sounds lonely. I'm not a fan of loneliness, you see?
Dar tastatura nu e wireless. Da, eu am vrut neapărat să scap de cabluri. Da, mă, tastatura mea e huge, are și taste programabile, cum vreau și bani pentru... Da, ți-am zis, eu am vrut ceva small factor cât mai... Vreau să scap de cabluri cât se poate. Asta și că ești wireless și mouse și tastatură tot wireless. Și sărac și cu pretenții, mamă. Și eu eram... keypad, team keypad, dar am renunțat și m-am obișnuit super ușor. Seara faină, dragilor, spor la joacă domnul meu, ceau chat, am fugit la somn că îmi pică ochii deja, nu altă dar dimineața la lucru. Andrei, încă o dată mersi că ai trecut pe aici, odihnă ușoară. Pentru o mai recomand o mână, gata, am plecat. Da, era ăla Razer Naga care avea 8 butoane programabile pe lateral, parcă. Mi-a schimbat viața tastatura 60%, am atât spațiu pe mousepad. Da. Ciao, Andrei, ciao.
You gotta pay to play, sweet thing.
You gotta pay to play, mi-a zis ăsta acum. Bă, dacă îți dau 2 bucăți. Broadcast, wait for Matt's summons. Ok, și acum trebuie să aștept, părinți, da? Și trebuie să fac side quest-uri. The Black Widow. Hai dacă pot să găsesc The Black Widow. Am avut Rival 700, nu găsesc tastatura cu wrist, hand mare și wireless. Păi poți să-ți cumperi hand restul separat, Codrin. Am avea ecran OLED pe lateral, cântăreacă 2 super light-uri. Mamă, aproape 2 mouse wireless și greu. Am încercat să rog Spatha, pe cât de frumos, pe cât făceam muși la mână de dreapta. Și n-avea cu greutăți de la programabile. Unde sunt? Ia, aia, maybe?
Come on. Got something I know about you. I'll pay you, of course. I can't afford it. This is all
Not in the market for a new skirt, but you're not sure. Tell me what
Cu
you
tot
need.
cu ele scoase, tot era greu, l-am dat a doua zi. Eu nu fac custom keyboard și dacă îmi iau o tastatură ca asta mică și piticos arată atât de inestitic pe birou cât un risc mare pe... Da, I guess. Dar dacă ți iei, poți să-ți iei custom poți să-ți iei separat și ăsta de 60%. Și eu sunt super mulțumit de Superlight și bateria ține o grămadă și...
She has to be stopped, or we'll have nothing left. Take this. It's all I have. If this goes any further, she'll kill him.
Wait, what? Kill him?
Like she did several so-called boyfriends before him.
Deci asta era Black Widow side quest-ul, doar că nu mi-arăta
How about
icoana.
4 bodies? All her exes except the last one. His name is Josh.
Și durează și puțin să-l încarci, exact. Singura chestie e că e pe micro USB, nu e pe USB-C. Da, la QWERTY key ai restres de lemn și tastaturi, tenkeles și flexi. Da, asta și poți să-ți cumperi separat restresurile. Nu știu dacă de lemn e chiar cel mai confortabil. Arată frumos.
Usually after sunset. But I bet he can prove Elena is a killer.
Sau știi ce poți să faci, Codrin? Hai să văd unde e. Poți să-ți iei... Uite de asta. Așa. Scarpia se cheamă. Are skates ca la mouse. Asta e pentru mouse. Îți stă fix aici, știi? Se mișcă pe mouse, pentru mouse are skates ca să se miște fix pe... Și poți să-ți iei pentru mâna stângă și îl ții la... Asta nu se potrivește acum la mâna stângă. Dar îl ții ca mobile restress, știi? Și e micuț. Se miști mâna super ușor dacă ai un mouse pe ăsta mai mare. E super fain. Îl foloseam mult când aveam G502. Acum la Superlight parcă nu știu, nu mai, fiind are profilul mai mic Superlight-ul și îmi stă mai sus un pic, nu mă mai înțeleg cu el. Și e bun pentru productivitate. Bine, pentru tastatură e bun oricum. Pentru gaming asta la mouse, adică pentru shootere cel puțin. Nu vreau 60% momentan. Da. Apropo de bateriile de la Logitech, am Logitech MX Master S2S, dar în rest toți au spus că e genial. Îl încarc o dată pe an. Bine, MX Master-ul e ăla de productivitate, nu? Oricum în biroul mare nu mă încurc cu nimic și pot să o pun sub birou în ce mai caz. Atunci, na. Eu motivul pentru care am trecut, la mine n-a fost că am vrut să trec la 60%, am vrut să trec la wireless. Și când m-am mutat la ce opțiune aveam wireless la mecanice, asta a fost printre cele mai ok. Bă, deci sigur găsisem pe aici, pe undeva, la cineva, de cumpărat niște săgeți, niște blueprint-uri de săgeți. Astea sell, nu vreau să... De fapt, aș vrea să sell some stuff. Și am înțeles, apropo, Codrin, am înțeles care e treaba cu inventarul. Toate, ai 100 și ceva de sloturi, dar sunt shared, adică tu dacă îți umpli cu 100 de mânuși și după aia nu mai ai loc să mai iei nimic altceva. Știi? Și atunci... trebuie să faci inventory management-ul super bine.
Stay a while and listen.
Richter, salutare, bine venit, mulțumesc pentru follow, bine venit pe canal, ia un loc, fă-te comod. Enjoy the game. Salutare, salutare. Am câți bani am. Nu știu, mi-e foarte greu să vând astea care sunt artifact. Mi se pare așa, nu știu, parcă n-aș vinde din ele. Sălbastre vând tot. Vând. Asta-l vând. Bun, și quest-ul unde este? Asta este, nu? Black Widow. Aș vrea să pot să deblochez metroul ăsta, actually. Și cred că mi-e mai simplu dacă mă duc... Aia, că s-ar putea să fie același lucru. Hai să facem asta. Find Josh in the fisheye at night. Okay. Gata cu serialul? Fine? Nice, nice. Numește... stai niște că s-a dat leak la armele mai bune decât artefactele. Se numesc Security și sunt arme care au 500 damage. What the fuck? Sau pe spate clip de o oră. Mamă, o să bag niște popcorn când ne băgăm la No Man's Sky. Are o oră. Wow, pe atunci cred că ar trebui să ne apucăm. Bun, atunci nu o să facem asta, o să mergem la quest. Dar nu te uita la el? La ce? La clip sau la... Nu pare genul tău. A, la serial zici. Poți să-i dau o șansă, de ce nu? Bun, hai. Hai că am deschis și paragliderul dacă e. What the fuck? Ce-a fost asta, boys? Da, mă, uite, aici în orașele mari are ceva memory leak, ia uite, 20 de frame.
Come on, tell me more. She's still seeing that.
Oh, I'm looking for Josh.
Mă uit la Iron Fist și la All of Us Are Dead, foarte mișto. Iron Fist am să scrie destul de prost. A început bine, exact, și Squid Game a fost tot azetic și a fost decent. Eu n-am putut Squid Game. După primele 2 episoade m-am renunțat. Ăla o fi?
If Elena ever hits on you, be careful. Her boyfriends tend not to live very long.
L-am văzut, dar nu pot să zic că am fost extrem de impresionat de Squid Game. Nu știu, n-am... Squid Game e altceva, nu e fantasy. Nu știu, pe mine actorul ăla principal mi s-a părut că cerea palme așa și n-am putut să rezonez cu el.
Either that or fist deep in someone's face. Oh, don't act so offended. I was paying your tits a compliment.
How about I pay your balls a compliment with my shoe?
Everything all right?
There you are. You aren't gonna minute and Dick for Brains here starts hitting on me.
Sorry, my dude. I was just making sure your girl was safe.
So where is your boyfriend?
At the bar, buying me a beer. Go ahead, buy yourself one too. Haven't seen you here before. Where are you from?
În orașe mari este o problemă cu randarea grafică dacă stai prea mult într-o clădire, când aici de afară să faci overload la GPU și spui că FPS-urile care randează clădirea au pățit mai mulți. Ok. Mă gândesc că să mă apuc de cunoaște niște anime-urilor, și anume One Piece. Mamă, mai ales Samurai X. Am înțeles că ăsta la care se stă Baka, cum se cheamă? Dragon... Îl tot recomandă.
Take care.
Hey, your beer.
No worries. I got it.
Living the high life, aren't you?
I heard you mention Josh. Try the roof, man.
Try the roof, man.
Thanks.
Azi e joi, știi episod nou din Shaman King. Shaman King e cu ăla, cu tipul ăla dezbrăcat cu față de porc, nu? Nope. Wait, what? Nu e unul de Shaman, nu un Shaman King, e ăla dezbrăcat cap de porc alb așa și cu o sabie mare. Dragon Ball? Nu, înseamnă că confund eu. Regele Șaman era pe Pro TV acum 15 ani, cred. Îmi sună foarte cunoscut. Dat 8.000 pe o armură, Jesus Christ. În caz să o vând una din celelalte două, am două la fel. 800, for fuck's sake.
Stay a while and listen.
Ionel! Salutare, bine ai venit! Mulțumim pentru follow. Uite-mă aici, ăsta era. Artifact ammunition. Toxic arrows. Affected blade. Slit. Do-it-yourself grenade, asta vreau. Frost, blaze. Eu nu am astea sau de ce mine? I don't get it. Tot cumpărăm. Era pe Jetix Way la un moment dat, sau Old Cartoon Network. Ia de aici, Derek. Ia, mă. Regele Șaman. Ah, yes. Da. Cred că eram deja un pic mai mare când a apărut și nu m-a atras. Da, eu zic de... Stai așa. Ah, și asta oare... Cum cheamă? Da, în fine. Demon Slayer, de Demon Slayer zic. Este this guy.
You'll get drunk on savings.
Și bineînțeles, cosplayul lui Jessica Negri. Voi nu vedeți. O vedeți aici. Episoade de serialul de televiziune anime, Regele Shaman au fost regizate de Seiji Mizushima și coproduse de TV Tokyo. Nas și Xebek, în stadiul incipient, Takei însuși s-a oferit să ajute echipa de producție, dar a renunțat cele din lipsei de timp pentru că lucra la manga. Cele 64 de episoade au fost distribuite de TV Tokyo în Japonia de 4 something. Pentru că ăsta este vechi, nu era făcut după manga. Nas de acum este remaster, care este gata. Care este cum?
Get over here and check this stuff out.
Tipul ăla e nebun tare. Serialul a fost refuzat inițial de Jetix, iar apoi m-am trezit de Primo Cinema și Prima TV. Aia, acum pe Wikipedia am Shaman King, am să mă uit, Beyblade era pe Pro TV atunci. Stați un pic că mi-am reușit să-mi rup o țigară. Am scăpat țigara pe jos. În The Thing, și să o scot. Gata. Dacă pot ce curăț un pic. O secundă, boys. There we go.
Everything you need, right here.
Beyblade, tot pe Cartoon Network a fost. Iar de fake info. Intră pe wiki că nebunesc. Stai mă că înseamnă dacă a fost pe Cartoon Network, n-a putut să fie și pe altceva. Bă, nu te aștept la camera de tortură, am bateria de mașină pregătită, prejim coițele. Ia, stai așa, și acum pot să craftez săgețile la jmechere. Se craftează cu infected trophy. With traces of THV speeding the process of infection turns humans into virals. What the hell? Bun, și unde-i flăcăul ăla, Josh? Eu și stai, da. Ia uite ce e aici. A fost pe Umbrella, dar foarte târziu pe PTV. Pe PTV a fost în engleză, la fel și Bakugan. Da, asta zic, pe mine, eu cumva cred că depășisem un pic perioada cu Bakugan și Shaman King. Nici Pokémonul nu m-a prins, n-am fost în that crowd. Bicicleta.
You're Josh? I want to talk to you about
Wolfie, unique. Ce faci, bro? M-am luat nostalgia acum când am văzut video la Wolfie. Cum e Dying Light, e mișto, e mișto. Nu regret că am dat bani pe el.
Important things.
Yeah, right. You want to fuck her like all the rest of us. Now get out of here before I lose my temper and rearrange your face. I'm trying to listen to my tunes. Fuck me dry. Virals. Fuck. Quick, move your ass. They'll be here any minute.
Păi și ne batem sau...
What?
Flip the fuses now!
Chiar nu. What the fuck was that? Mersi de lor că Mr. Alveus. Da, ți-am zis, a fost și pe ProTV finally, douăle a fost mult mai detaliat. Motor Bicycle, timpul pentru Return of the Jedi. Bagă, Mr. Alveus, enjoy it. Știu o melodie care începe așa. Nu l-am cumpărat, deși am reduce, nu face faptul că nu ai deloc arme de foc. Ai niște arme de foc, nu chiar deloc. Și ai arc. Nici măcar în endgame. Au apărut doar Ro, noul episod. Dar Ero, noul episod din Shaman King. Nu, din prima a fost launch pe Cartoon Network și la un moment dat a fost difuzat la ProTV, dar cel mai difuzat a fost Bakugan și ceva serie nouă din Beyblade și a apărut pe ProTV seria veche. Nu știu, mă, băieți, m-ați pierdut la asta. Nu te contrazic, eu oricum am avut și Beyblade și Bakugan. Medicine.
Thanks.
And now talk. What secrets of Elena's are you keeping?
All right.
Adu baterii la tractor pentru tine
We
să
hooked
bag.
up not long after she lost her husband. Third chump in a row to kick
Nu știu de voi, dar
it
seria
after
mea
being
preferată când eram mic a fost Duel Master și băteam pe toți voi cu Bakugan și Shaman King, sunteți copii mici. Mamă, stai că mai anime is better than your anime. Adu baterii de tractor.
poisoned her former lovers and she was doing it to me.
Poison? What kind?
De regret să vezi live ce faci cu baterie de tractor și un om legat.
Apparently passed down from her
Hashtag
old
prăjim coițe.
Now, from what I hear, you just as easily had
Băteam toți
alcohol
copiii din
poisoning.
cartier la Duel Master, ești
You
nebun.
think I don't know the difference? It's booze that saved me. I'm convinced. Knocked out that damn poison and saved my fucking life. Elena's a goddamn witch. She's got a whole stash of this shit in her apartment. Keeps it in these little orange boxes. Go check out a place
Îți dă pe
on the
cozonac
ship.
cu bateria.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Să mă, dar n-am ridicat nu știu ce poartă aici când i-am bătut pe aia. Unde e apartamentul? Ia uite, 19 FPS, 18 FPS. What the fuck? 14 FPS. Bro, what the hell? Am prins desenele când nu erau dubate în română, bă, înțeleg că e după 20 de ani Lying Light acum, dar zombie ăia. Cred că ar trebui să faci un redeem cu parkour. Bă, să știi că m-am gândit. O să bag weekendul ăsta.
Renegades makes no sense. Infected are the true enemy.
Vorbim de parcurul din Office, Raz, da? Ca să știu că, să mă asigur că vorbim aceeași limbă. Nu putrezeau după 20 de ani? Păi nu, Ulf, sunt alții. Nu e același virus din primul. Din prima au reușit, la final au făcut vaccinul, dar a fost o corporație care a păstrat o doză și, bineînțeles, au încercat să facă military stuff, care, obviously, o variație, o mutație a virusului a ieșit din laboratoare, a scăpat în lume și s-a fost super virală și a răspândit like wildfire și collapse of society. Ai văzut nostalgie de la mine? Nu știu dacă ai mai postat ceva, că nu m-am uitat la ce ați mai postat voi. Wacky races, Jesus. Mâine va fi lansarea free-to-play la Lost Ark, am cumpărat jocul și am mai access cu 3 zile, am jucat și eu, l-am luat și eu Founders pe acolo, nu m-a prins, să știi. Pe Mr. Alveus am văzut că erau astea în engleză, da, clar. Eu astea le-am prins, Super tare. Wacky Races, Space Falcon, Space Eagle. Nu, Space Ghost. SWAT Cats. Apare remake la SWAT Cats, by the way, pentru ăștia care ați prins.
One wrong move and I skewer you like a pig. You.
Captain Planet. He's our hero. Gonna set the pollution down to zero. Se lansează Shadowlands pe Freak Boys pe 14.
I'll go for it. Sure they'd want to know about your poison too.
Shadowlands?
And he said that I tried to poison him, right?
Yeah, and that you're currently conning a man so that he'll turn over his shop and money to you, right?
Except you've got plenty of experience killing, right? Hey, we all got our ways to survive.
Sandokan.
Mine is to help chumps throw their money at me, and their way is to throw all their money at me. Well, win-win, I say. But I've never killed anyone. No way.
Why should I believe you?
S-a discutat mai devreme raz de regele șaman, de aici a pornit discuția.
Hey, there's more than that here. Remember 4 dead men, all while involved with you?
What makes you think I killed them and not, oh, I don't know, the virus?
Da, eu n-am prins, nu.
Look, wet behind
Dar eu că n-am prins.
That's medicine.
Nu m-a
My mother
prins.
was a medic and taught me a few things. Hide it, quickly.
Deci n-am prins, până la urmă asta era cu poison?
It's nothing. It's just a disagreement. A loud one, I guess.
What's that in your hand? Got an anonymous tip to search this apartment for poison. There's talk of a murder. If this really is poison, as suspected,
Cât aveai 20 și nu mai știu în ce an.
You've got to help me! You hear me? Please! I'm not a murderer! Find Baba. She has a shop on St. Paul Island. She'll clear my name. She's a plague witch. Show her what
2001, nu, aveam 2001 16 ani? 14 ani? Ceva genul. Să vorbesc prostii. Stai, mă. Nu, mă, da, am zis bine. 14-15 ani pe acolo. Find Baba. Baba e la mama dracului. Voi să închidem jocul acum. Ca să avem timp să ne uităm și la clipul ăla de la Earth. Mă duc să-mi iau niște apă. Și revin. Hai să aveam vreo 4. Stai un pic, eu acum am percutat. Ulfi, cum să am 20 de ani în 2001? Câți ani crezi că am acum? Wiki, what's up, man? Eu mă duc la somn, noapte bună, chat. Noapte bună, Raz, mergi skate-ul pe aici, bro. Hai să-mi fac floricele. Mergi și fă floricele, bro. Așa. Unde ai postat Earthquake? O plăcere de fiecare dată. Same, bro. Ia, s-a apăsat pe mocangeli. Ia uite, Windbound este free pe Epic Games. Windbound. Ceva platformer? Nu. Pare ceva Zelda-like. Derek, eu a fost Godfather la Iliescu, dar vrea să ne spună. Mamă. Get it, why not? Zici că nu arată așa rău? Da, pare Zelda graphics. Tom Henderson, nu ce a zis Tom Henderson. The embargo for Warzone 2 releases tomorrow, but basically if you follow me, you know of this information for weeks and I've already reported it on all. Să vedem ce să fac și cu Warzone. Până găsești pe al lui Earth, aia era cu Dying Light 2 în privat. Earth, unde ai pus ăla? Deep Dive. Astfel ne-am uitat la el. Am dat în chat-ul tău 2 mesaje mai sus? Da, așa. De ce nu ia caption-urile în coreeană, frate, în taiwaneză? Codrin, cred că ne uităm la alea data viitoare, că sunt mai scurtuțe și durează mai puțin. Ca să nu ne lungim nici foarte tare.
Scientists are racing to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. Questions we once thought impossible
Este
to
pun și
answer.
pe Discord, de la alt blocul ăla șmecher, da.
Where does the sun go at night?
Și asta este despre No Man's Sky.
If the universe
Flips
is so big, then why won't it fight me? As we look further into the universe, we see light from distant stars, eons old, perhaps hundreds, even thousands of miles away. Hold on, can I get a zoom in on that?
You bet I can. This is one of the world's most powerful telescopes. Initiating 6 times zoom.
Can this baby do 7?
I can do you one better. Maneuvering to 8 times zoom.
Pressurizing, holding steady. I can see it. Unblur.
It won't hold.
Get me 8.5 times.
You're a madman.
Upscale it to 4K.
The helium tanks will go critical.
Opening the blinds. Hold her steady. Uncropping and increasing aspect ratio. Now, punch it. There it is. Life on another world. And to think, we owe it all to one indie development studio. Hello Games.
Ce shit show a fost și cu No Man's Sky.
Let's start at the beginning. Yeah, it's rewind time. Okay, the year is 2009, Guildford, England. There's a man named Sean Murray, and he's just founded a company called Hello Games. Sean and the boys are working hard on a brand new IP called Joe Danger. 2010 AD, the game just came out.
It's a success. They're a small team,
În domeniul a
but
fost
they
fondat
are ambitious.
studio.
Let's do something bigger, said Sean. Let's reach ambitious. Let's
Raid, Shadowy Regions, Car Football, FPS Chess Game, Turn-Based Code, WoW Driving Simulator, GTA, but it's the whole world, Cyberpunk 1977, Prince of Iran, Reverse Battle Royale, where Circle gets bigger, No Man's Sky.
Let's do something bigger, said Sean. Let's reach for the stars. How about Joe Danger 2? Brilliant. It's 2012. Joe Danger 2 has just come out.
But that one doesn't perform as well.
We need to do something even bigger than
Plants
Joe Danger
vs.
2.
Plants, the second to Last of
Joe
Us.
Danger 3? No. Even more out of this world. Something no man has done before.
Joe Danger the mobile game?
Yes! And that came out in 2014. Seriously, guys, biggest thing you can think of.
No, I'm just a stock image, dude. Why don't you think of something?
Sean pondered for a moment, then turned and looked wistfully into the mirror. Reflected back was the visage of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
If you're going to make a space game first person, it's never been done before. How about that? I'm going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope. That's not a knife. Who are you going to have sex with? How much microwaves are coursing through your body now?
Planet, said Murray. Space game. Procedural generation. Planet. Okay, that sounds good. Yes, we all agree. So they set to work, cobbled together a prototype, and by VGX 2013, they are ready to announce another new IP.
No Man's Sky.
Check it out.
Oh, this is special. Oh my gosh! This is special. Yes. No!
It's 2000.
Bă, țin minte când am văzut trailer prima dată și am avut exact aceeași reacție de what the fuck?
2014, and it's E3 hype time. No Man's Sky has promised to be a game like no other. A practically boundless experience vibrant with life and color and things to explore. What's over there? You'll have to be the one to discover it. And then, wow, look at that big f***ing dinosaur, holy shit. And a moment later, we're in space, having a battle amongst a giant fleet. Claim a planet as your own. Explore the galaxy with your friends.
Okay, that's it. This is going to be the best game ever, you guys. It even won awards for its hype. And it will release in June 2016. The hype train was officially loading up and ready to chug out of the station. At every stop of the journey, there would be press junkets talking about the amazing scale of the game. Spread across 18 quintillion planets, it's so vast that by the time you finish exploring it all, I would have 2 new videos published. Sean himself was doing the interviews, because who is better to talk about the game than the lead guy himself? He went from interview to interview, and with each question, the answers he gave raised people's expectations of the game's scope.
Can you land on a comet? Yeah, at the moment you can land on asteroids.
You could encounter other players.
Can you grief other players? A little bit.
They're literally building your own, like, massively multiplayer world that's procedurally generated.
Sand planets like in June, rivers, walking sentinels, hacking. So sophisticated that light diffracts through the atoms, they had to redevelop the whole periodic table to make it work.
What?
Even Elon Musk was hyped for it.
2 years go by. It's early 2016, and that hype train is really moving now. Perhaps one of the biggest in video game history. Reddit was shoveling most of the gamer fuel. Skeptics and naysayers are treated as ballast and thrown from the carriage doors. Pre-orders open, and they are doing very well. The date is booked in. Some are even taking the day off work. So much hype there is that... Uh-oh. Jason Schreier of the soon-to-be-defunct Kotaku is about to spoil the party. He announces a delay. from June 2016 to August.
Oh my god.
Liar, the incensed audience cries. Please be quiet, they said. And death threats too. But he was 100% right. A week later, the delay is officially announced. Ooh, sorry lads, we need more polish, said Sean in his usual accent. To that, Sean received some death threats too, by the way, although he didn't take them as seriously or go to the police. Yet.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
But the impatient crowd relaxed a bit and said, fine, we will wait. But we expect a level of polish no man has ever seen. So let's talk about the team in charge of all that polishing. It's small. Tiny. In fact, I haven't been able to find a smaller team behind a AAA release. All of these expectations are on the team behind a AAA.
Nu cred că vă închipuiți ce înseamnă. Voi nu vedeți, sunt în spatele camerei mele mai este doar Sean. Da? Deci sunt 1, 2, 3, 4. Nu, Sean e aici. Mă rog, mai e some other dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 oameni. Da? 6 oameni. Și aia din stânga este like a medium-sized team pentru un joc AAA.
Release. All of these expectations are on the shoulders of just 6 people, expanding to a team of 15 by the end of production.
Oh god.
July. It's just a couple of weeks until the release date. Whatever the state of the game by now, however much it's finished, that's what's going out. The Hello Games team celebrates with this iconic image.
The quintessential.
Ca să vă dați seama ce înseamnă 6 oameni. Înainte să lucrez la Gameloft, am lucrat la un alt studio indie. Se chema Nautic Games, care l-am fondat, am fost cofondator acolo. Mă rog, toți am fost cofondatori, că da. Ne-am strâns 6 băieți și hai să facem niște jocuri pentru mobile. Făceam jocuri de mobile ultra casual. Deci, adică gen mini-golf sau stuff like that. Și am scos, gen, am avut 9 luni de dezvoltare în care am scos 3 sau 4 jocuri. În 6 oameni. Jocuri de mobile astea super simple. Da.
They're exhausted. Look at what video game production does to a man.
Imposibil. Ce au făcut ei este super impresionant pentru ce oameni au
Nonetheless,
fost.
they continue, working on the day one patch. And, Sean, if your game isn't coming out for another 2 weeks, then why is there a box copy on eBay? That's right. It's a leak. Someone broke the embargo and is selling early access to the highest bidder. And the bids start rolling in. It reaches $1,300 US.
Da.
Sold
Aia a fost echipa care a făcut
some
No Man's
guy
Sky.
with the Reddit handle Damien. He gets his
N-ai la început. Era un studio super mic, indie, care au făcut, înainte să facă No Man's Sky, au făcut două Joe Danger, care era un soi de platformer cu motociclete, și un joc de mobile. Totally out of scope.
hands on it and starts uploading footage to YouTube and Dailymotion.
What the frick?
Said Sean and Sony. Damien finished it a lot quicker than expected, but he gave it a decent review.
There are things I don't like, there are things I like, but at the end of the day, when I say to myself, what is this game supposed to be? This, what I'm looking at right here, this is what the game is supposed to be.
He noted a few problems, but said he was optimistic that they would be ironed out with the day one patch. Sean? It's another leak. Some retailers broke the official release date, journalists too, and they started streaming playthroughs of the game. What the Sony tried to DMCA all these videos, but their aim was terrible.
Round of applause, everyone. We've officially become No Man's censored by Sony.
Our news story from earlier this week about No Man's Sky leaks has been hit with a copyright strike on YouTube.
They went bumbling around from platform to platform, just taking down any video that even talked about the leak or showed the trailer footage. But it was too late. The footage had people talking more skeptically about the game, especially because there were no early review copies.
That's bad.
And it was looking like the weight of all these expectations had become too much. And the whole thing was about to give. Oh no. It's August. Everyone's here. We've all bought the game and we're fucking hyped. Here we go, lads. Oh dear lord, it isn't finished. Hello, Sean. It is me, the auditor of games. I used to work at an astronomy lab. Don't worry about that. It seems like you've made a lot of promises. Promises that you have not kept. Let's go through the checklist. Have you got any large-scale joinable space battles?
Nobody would want that.
Ringed planets?
No. No.
Fine. Well, at least let me play as a trader.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them...
No.
Those sand planets from June look nice. Think I might... Please, Sean, there must be rivers.
No, it's not.
Animals interact with each other in the environment?
No.
Packs of walking sentinels, Sean.
No.
I'm literally crying right now. Should I even ask whether I can play as a space pirate?
No.
Factions with different attributes.
You picked the wrong house, fool! Oh!
Fly between star systems manually.
But nobody's actually done it yet.
If I can maneuver like in the trailer, I'll still be happy.
No.
Well, day-night cycles determined by the orbit of the sun.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Land on an asteroid, radio chat, and name your ship, hacking, portals, all that stuff about the elements, Sean.
No.
This is not good, Sean. This is very not good.
And ironically, the only bugs this game doesn't have are the butterflies in the demo.
Buried buildings, aggressive emojis, tractor beam malfunctions, animal husbandry, oil slick world, raining
Animal
grass,
husbandry.
retarded animals doing retarded things. Ships' interiors disappear, first person mode as a gun. That's not how flying works. That's my only means of transportation, leaving the planet. Take off. Really take off. Holes in the map. Holes in my graphics card. Whole lot of nothing from down here. Textures bugging out, animals bugging out. Animals breakdancing. Look at these busy hands. Hello there. And a couple of unrequested ejector seats.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff. I get the picture. No wait, poor graphics rendering. Some can't even start the game. Frame rate issues, constant crashes. Major publications are having trouble playing the game on their machines. Even the best 1080 Ti's are stuttering. Alt-tabbing? That's a guaranteed crash. Desktop notifications? That's a crash. Playing the game? That's a crash. Changing options in the game without restarting? You'll get this. And if you got the pre-order version with the bonus spaceship, you might have a problem. Your special ship already comes with a hyperdrive inside it. Great, right? No, because you have to craft it in order to finish the tutorial missions. And if you haven't finished the tutorial missions, you can't leave the star system. So whoops, until they patch it, you're stranded.
That's why I give
A fost
my kids
dezastros,
No Man's
dezastros.
Sky.
A fost,
A fool.
la momentul ăla a fost cea mai mare dezamăgire. Adică Cyberpunk a fost comparat cu No Man's Sky.
Ah, my ship's in bits! Okay, thank you.
Just a quick note about how high expectations were for this game, and just how many people bought it on release, myself included. Over 750,000 purchases on Steam at launch. It's the single best-selling game on the PlayStation Store that month. And the large proportion of people who bought it in the hopes of playing with their friends, well, you're in for a surprise. This one is a literal game changer.
Is it even possible to meet up with your friends in No Man's Sky? The answer is absolutely yes, it's possible.
On multiple occasions, Sean said it was definitely in the game.
Will you be able to play with your friends?
Yeah.
Can you run into other people, other players on the game?
Yes.
But then just before the release, Sean posted this cryptic tweet.
To be super clear, No Man's Sky is not a multiplayer game. Please don't go in looking for that experience.
Oh, what? So there's no multiplayer function. But then the next line contradicts that.
Because the chances of two players ever crossing paths in a universe this big is pretty much zero.
Oh, so it is multiplayer. You just have to overcome this finding each other hurdle.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! Right? No, it's more confusing than that, because the box doesn't mention online play, just network features. And the collector's edition had its online play icon stickered over. So customers are going, which one is it, Sean? Just tell us if it has multiplayer or it doesn't have multiplayer. Sean wouldn't give any answers. But after hundreds of thousands of purchases, people soon took it upon themselves to find out. Despite the claims that it would be so improbable,
Chances of that are incredibly rare, just because of the size of what we're building.
on the very first day, two people noticed they were only 4 star systems from one another, and they met up on the same planet in a live stream. Oh dear.
A black pillar.
Our streams are exactly lined up. If you go look at my stream, we're looking at the exact same area right now if you don't move.
Yep, that's the same spot. And they can't see each other.
I'm alone!
That settles it. It's not multiplayer because it's so big. It's not multiplayer because it's just not fucking multiplayer. And this led to quite a revolt. What did Sean have to say about all this? So amazing, 2 people found each other on the first day. That has blown my mind.
So why can't we see other players in game?
Wow, so many of you playing.
Yeah, Sean, but what?
Truly amazing. My mind is blown.
So what's the game actually like then?
Is it any good? That is a difficult thing to say.
Well, it certainly is stylish and pretty, and there are a lot of places to explore. But that doesn't mean there's much to find. In fact, the game boils down to a very simple loop. Hold down the trigger to pick up resources, deal with a full inventory, get an upgrade, leave the planet, go to another planet. Hold down the trigger, deal with a full inventory, get an upgrade, leave the planet, go to another planet. Hold down the trigger, deal with a full inventory, leave the planet, go to another planet, deal with a full inventory, get an upgrade, leave the planet, go to another planet. That's it. $60, ladies and gentlemen.
Refuel your multi-tool, refuel your life support, refuel a separate part of your multi-tool that shoots bullets instead of the mining beam, refuel your launch thrusters. It's busy work that makes it look like you have something to do. It's not real.
How dare you?
What followed was one of the most dramatic crashes in player numbers in gaming history. Sales in the UK fell by 81% in the second week. Concurrent players on Steam dropped from 212,000 in August to just over 2,000 by September and fewer than 1,000 by October. And what followed that was perhaps the biggest pile-on in gaming history. Reviewers on YouTube panned the game.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You done fucked it up!
I had no hype, and I can tell you that, even without that disappointment, this game is hot garbage.
Has anyone coined Sean Mourinho yet?
Numerous times within the first 2 hours of the game, I kept saying, this is it, fuck this shit.
Reviewers in the media were almost as harsh.
Devastating realization that most of the crafting, combat, and other activities you do on and between those planets ranges between bemusing and outright bad.
The criticism was deafening. And a lot of it really funny and creative. Krobycat made a video that captured the sentiment of that day, and if you haven't seen it yet, you're missing out. So people are furious. The game is boring, and soon people discover that complaining about the game is actually more fun than playing it.
Wait, I'm now 3.5 hours into the tutorial pretty much.
So they started complaining about it like they were grinding for an achievement.
This sucks.
Fucking Minecraft in space!
Many people made compilations of all the unfulfilled promises. One guy on the subreddit compiled a big list of all the missing features. Front page. Got a defense for No Man's Sky? Enjoy your downvote. In fact, the entire No Man's Sky subreddit was in such disarray it had to be locked. So by the end of the month, Metacritic was like scrolling through a bowl of Cheerios. By October, it was one of the worst rated games on Steam, with an aggregate of mostly negative from more than 70,000 reviews. The outrage at the game was headline news for weeks on dozens of games news publications, and the price on eBay and Amazon and secondhand at GameStop was crashing through the floor. Please, no more. But the beatings had only just begun. The demo planet was data mined and found to be, of course, totally scripted and not randomly generated at all.
I've just got to pick one of these at random. If anything horrible goes wrong, just keep in mind that
I've not been here before.
It wasn't some level that we built or something like that, even though I think it looks quite nice in places.
People watching this would wonder why you're showing this area again. Like, what's so special about demoing the game on this planet?
Oh, no, it's just a place that looks nice.
No, bad Murray.
I could have ended the demo with some, pre-scripted crazy thing that would happen. You know what I mean? The normal thing of like, and then a monster emerges from behind the mountains,
People see what's going on with the game and feel lied to. This is false advertising, they say, and angry customers start scoping out a lawsuit. On September 28th, the ASA busts through the door and goes, "Yep, too many complaints. We're going to investigate." But then soon after, the ASA cleared them of any legal wrongdoing. Technically, the only thing they're interested in is what's on the back of the box, what's on the store page, and what's on the Steam page. So it's technically not false advertising. But of course, technically not illegal doesn't mean much to an angry audience. October 28th, Hello Games Twitter is hacked. The hacker posts, "No Man's Sky was a mistake," and is shitting on the game in the replies. Turns out Sean didn't use two-factor authentication on his LinkedIn, and that's how they got in. They also sent discrediting emails to journalists, which they knew would rile people up if published. Some people even show up to their offices to take photos and knock on the door, even at night and on the weekend. They posted empty pictures of the office, so naturally out of context, this started rumors that Hello Games simply took the money and ran. This in addition to numerous bomb and death threats during that period. Those ones Sean did have to take seriously.
Regular intervention from police and Scotland Yard and things like that.
And while Sony didn't quite throw them under the bus, it was more like a gentle push under a minivan when Sony president Shohei Yoshida admitted that Hello Games did not have a great PR strategy for No Man's Sky. The press took the ball with that one and ran. But despite all of this, all of the negative press, they were actually nominated.
Bă, all things considered și indiferent de cât de nașpa a fost jocul și așa, asta cu death threats, like, at the end of the day, it's just a game, man.
For a couple of awards.
Adică sunt convins că nu
But by
trebuia
this
să
point, Murray and
point
the
it
other
out, dar
members of Hello Games were so downtrodden and so sure they weren't going to win that they opted to go elsewhere for dinner.
And the Innovation Award goes to No Man's Sky. Oh, bro. This lovely trophy going once.
Whoops.
I'm going to accept this on the behalf of Hello Games, and congratulations to them. And I'm going to walk off stage like I planned that whole thing.
By this point, you've got to feel just a little bit sorry for them. And then what followed that was the final straw for many. No particular incident, but a lack of incidents. Silence. Over 3 months of not a damn word from No Man's Sky. Where are they? Where is my refund? Where is Murray? Shouted into the void. The game was over, and it was dead. The year is 2000 AD. Sean has just graduated from university and is headed into the big wide world. He rises up the ranks at a number of studios, eventually working as a technical lead for Black and technical director for Burnout 3. When Burnout's developer is bought by EA, he is in his late 20s. And he and 3 of his buddies decide to leave and start their own studio, Hello Games. This was a risky venture.
So we'd done this incredibly foolish thing of like quitting our jobs, and then we had to sit down and try and decide what the game was going to be.
Together they create their first title, Joe Danger. They work on this game day and night. In fact, even once they were arrested in their own office because the police thought they were there to rob the place, because who would be working at 11 p.m. on a Sunday night? But they had to work that hard. Like any startup, it was a huge financial and professional risk. They had no income. They were working in a tiny room above an old tile shop, living off savings. And to keep the project running, Sean even sold his house.
So we made a really tough and probably at the time seemed really foolish decision. It's kind of almost embarrassing for me to talk about. I sold my house and just basically went all in and funded what we were doing, which is not something I would recommend anyone else do.
But by June 8th, 2010, they had done it. The game was good, and they could breathe a sigh of relief because on the very first day it hit the PlayStation Store, they made their money back. 2 years later, Joe Danger 2 was released. It was not the commercial success they had hoped for, and they didn't want to just keep pumping out sequels. That was a trap big players in the industry had fallen into. In his spare time, Sean started working on a prototype for a procedurally generated game. They took another gamble and scrambled to get a trailer out in time to present at VGX 2013. So the project is official now, and the pressure is on. Around this time, Sean is also looking to start a family. Concurrent to all this development, he would go on to have 3 kids, so the weight of responsibility is really piling on. But their hard work will pay off, as they're finally going to have a chance for some R&R around Christmas.
They woke up to find their homes flooded, their cars submerged, and their plans for Christmas Day very much ruined.
Bad news. Rain. Rain and flooding in the south of England, right around the Hello Games office. They are completely inundated and they return from their holidays to find laptops floating around at waist height. But some good news, they hadn't lost any data. So they pull together. Soldier on. Development continues. So there they are, working in a damp office, and then ding dong. Ooh, who's at the door? It's Danish mathematician Dr. Johan Gerlis. He's seen the game, and he says, "They are using my super formula," in perfect English, and there is a potential for a lawsuit. Sean says they didn't, and he can prove it. So they have a meeting, and the claim is eventually dropped. Lawsuit evaded. So back to work, guys. Ding dong. It's Sky Television. They've seen the game.
You are infringing on our Sky trademark,
they said in perfect text-to-speech. They had succeeded in getting Microsoft to change SkyDrive to OneDrive, and they were about to give gamers No Man's 1 under threat of lawsuit. But this lawsuit didn't just go away. The threat loomed over them for the next 3 years, right up until the month before release. So they get back to work and ding dong. It's Sony, with some good news for once. We like a game, kid. We want to feature it front and center and make you a big star. This could mean millions of dollars in additional revenue. They said, yeah. But along with it, a lot of press for this game would need to be done. Being a small team, they didn't have anyone for PR. They had their designers, they had their developers, and that was about it. So it's up to Murray. Sean's in his early 30s now. Not super young, but relatively young, and inexperienced for this type of media circuit. This deal with Sony put extra pressure on them. It set deadlines. It's not that it's Sony's fault, but they're locked in now with much less flexibility. So when May rolls around, and they have no option but to delay, even if they wanted to ask for an extra 6 to 12 months of development, which they really need, it's probably too much to ask for. So they extend from late June to August. Only 6 weeks. From here, you can predict what's going to happen to multiplayer and a bunch of other promised features. So here's how the hype happened. Scope of game, time, and here's the line which shows the reality of development. Progress is steady and ends in August 2016. Now here is the line of player expectations. It should start out here and follow along the purple, but the overhyping trailer comes out and puts us way up here.
This is special.
In this trailer, it features a bunch of things that Hello Games thinks they're capable of having in the game by 2016. That's the first big mistake. Then it's announced for PlayStation and it costs $60 and there's a collector's edition. Second, even bigger mistake. That puts us all the way up here. And I think this is the main problem, because price tags set expectations. For a $60 game, this was seriously barren and disappointing. Now, if they had put it out for $20 as an indie game or an alpha, no problem. But when they gave it the AAA treatment, people rightfully aligned their expectations with other games in that category. That is the main reason customers' expectations were so skewed. Then Murray went to interviews, exacerbating the problem. Every time he mentioned a feature in the game, even in passing, fans set their expectations to
That makes a whole lot of sense.
AAA heights for that feature. Now, some people think the interviews are the main problem. In my humble opinion, not so much. Most people never saw these interviews. It's not that rickety 12-foot ladder Sean's standing on that's the main problem. It's the 900-foot building he's perched it on in the first place. So the obvious solution here would be an official statement. Hey guys, look, don't expect a 10 out of 10. Expect more of a 5 out of 10. No, the publisher just sank an enormous investment of marketing and opportunity into the game.
What's wrong with you?
And that would be a huge middle finger to them. The publisher isn't going to make you hype the shit out of your game, but you can't talk it down either. So, he's kind of stuck up there. In some ways, during the interview, he tries to temper expectations, but it's limited.
Can you build a space station?
No.
But let's not gloss over the interviews. Sean is a technical guy. He's a developer. He's also the introverted type. And the big lights and the stuff on camera does not come naturally to him.
Is it super nerve-wracking to talk on stage at E3?
Yes. Yes, definitely. I personally find going on stage at E3 like the hardest thing I've ever done. That's something that I would have had in a nightmare before. You know what I mean? It's
literally the hardest thing you've ever done?
Yeah.
Still, he stepped up and took interviews for his game from 2013 to 2016. And the main thing people wanted to hear about were the features.
Can you have more than...
So every planet, will there be wormholes?
Right.
At what point do you get points or anything?
From these interviews, people took Sean to be a liar, a Peter Molyneux or a chess club member out to sell his game at whatever reputational cost. But I think the truth is more complicated than that. Sean and the team are indie developers working on a new IP. Their project and plans are constantly in flux. They have no idea how large chunks of the game are going to look, especially not a couple of years out from release. And crucially, Sean doesn't understand that something mentioned in 2013, even said in passing, is going to be seen as a promise in the year 2016.
Eu sunt absolut convins că ei și-au dorit să aibă chestiile alea în joc, dar n-au avut manpower-ul și nu știu, foresight-ul să-și dea seama cât ar dura și ce presupun.
Even if by then you decide to cut it from the game, for example, orbiting around the sun.
Adică la clipul cu Bethesda, clar mi se pare că ei au fost scumbags. Ei au fost scumbags și au încercat să facă cât mai multe căcaturi. Ăștia au fost literally good guys, prinși într-o situație de căcat, fără experiență. Revenind la ce vă povesteam mai devreme cu Naughty Games, cu studioul, head of studio de atunci, mi-a zis la un moment, nu știu dacă mă uit la el la chestia asta, nu mai știu în ce context, că mai ales când începi o chestie de genul ăsta, trebuie să te pregătești odată pentru failure, clar, să ai un backup sau, mă rog, un plan, un contingency plan din ăsta și dar și aproape la fel de important este să te pregătești pentru succes. Știi? Ce faci în momentul în care ai scos produsul și merge, știi? Sau este una super hyped și ai, știi? Să fii pregătit și pentru. Și ei clar n-au fost pregătiți. Adică dacă la ei head of studio a fost cel care a ținut toate interviurile și n-au avut PR training, n-au avut niciun fel de strategie de PR, știi? E clar că au fost super nepregătiți.
Because the planet has actually rotated on its axis.
This originally was in the game, but it caused the player too much confusion. It kept being reported as a bug in the beta, as people left the planet and then returned to find everything different. But nonetheless, into the line compilation it goes. So while they're still essentially formulating the game, the media all want a piece of Sean and to report on features first. Conversely, Sean thinks the reporters might help him to temper down things by emphasizing that Hello Games is an indie studio. But that is not how journalism is done. This is how journalism is done.
Can you customize the look of your character?
Sort of.
Full customization confirmed in No Man's Sky. Periodic table to create atmospheric particles that would diffract light at just the right wavelength.
Told you! The press kind of operates downstream from the community because things are click-driven as to what stories you get served and things like that. But a rumor would surface from Reddit straight to the front page.
There's all this hype, and the project has increased in scope dramatically and keeps increasing as the months go by until a point. They are close to the deadline and have to delay, and the reality of what they can achieve in the little time remaining is staring them in the face. They know they're not going to be putting out a finished game. They're worried. There's nothing more they can do. And the fear that they will disappoint the audience is growing on Sean and the team.
I worry about, disappointing people.
Upon release, all of these clips are seen as proof that Sean is a liar. And what doesn't help is his body language. I mean, it's kind of the body language of someone who is lying. And this is why I mentioned he's an introvert. Remember, he's a technical lead. Actually, a really good one. But not a salesman. Cut him just a little bit of slack, because this is simply how he talks. Here are some innocuous questions, and he answers them honestly.
Lead producers on No Man's Sky?
Yeah, I guess I'm a developer on it. I suppose the creator or something like that.
No, I really like making games. I don't necessarily love talking about making games.
I think you did a good job,
even though you guys are very nice.
Mate, seriously.
Same body language. And Jesus Christ, they have him up on stage and in front of cameras and bright lights and on the goddamn Colbert Report. Try keeping your nerve on that. Nonetheless, free of that context, the clips have him cemented in the community as a liar. So the graph plays out right to release. And that graph, it's actually a track. And that track is what the hype train runs on. So it comes barreling up the hill. Instead of neatly pulling into the station, it comes crashing right through the roof. The disaster unfolds. They are absolutely shit on. So there were Sean and Hello Games, surrounded by the rubble of their former reputation. Punished Sean was at his lowest point, hated by the majority of the gaming community. But they were still alive, and they had made tens of millions of dollars. They were left with two choices. Take the money, start a new project, and be a pariah, a cautionary tale of the industry and hated by the gaming community forever. Or pick themselves up, get back to work, and with potentially no profit motive, finish the game.
It allowed me to do something that I've always done in difficult times, whether it was crappy bosses that I've dealt with before or crappy situations at school growing up. I got my head down, I sat in front of a computer, and I made games, which is what I enjoy.
They picked number 2. So, here's the plan. The team is assigned to fixing bugs and the most obvious problems. Go. Sean tells the team to stop reading all the overwhelmingly negative feedback on the game, and he reroutes all of it to his personal devices. Emails, forum posts, Google News alerts, player feedback, it's all going directly to him now. Then he starts breaking that down into data sets. People who haven't bought the game, people who have bought it and played it for 100 hours, people who have returned it, etc. Then he starts compiling those complaints into usable data, focusing on the people with the most sincere experience of the game. Then we start making a big laundry list of all the things that need adding and prioritizing. First thing to fix is that full inventory. Then community mod support. then a third thing, etc., etc. This is going to take an enormous amount of work to pull off, and they're not going to make the same mistake twice, so they would need to sharply adjust their PR strategy. Anything they said right now, an admission of guilt,
I've made a severe,
would be met with criticism. Denial, it's not that bad, would be met with criticism. Corporate speak, well, we endeavored to make the best game we could and we are proud of what we have, would be met with criticism. Half of the problems have been caused by speaking too much. So they were going to do a complete 180. Instead of adding more fuel to the fire, instead of accidentally promising fixes that might also not be delivered,
vreo 10 minute, cam așa.
they wouldn't speak to the press again.
Female traits you're talking about, I'd say that's a generalization, but you...
They were going to speak to the community directly from now on. So they told the audience they were working on it and went completely silent. 1 day passed. No word. 2 days. A week. Have you heard from Hello Games? They just had this disastrous release. Nope, haven't seen them. I hope they're working on the game. 2 weeks. Dude, are you working on this thing? Just ignore them, just work. 3 weeks. Okay, what the fuck is going on?
WTF, it's locked.
A month. They took the fucking money and ran, didn't
Păcat
they?
să bine neapărat să dormi,
Didn't
dar
say
repezi un
anything,
minut de am
it's not gonna
rămas.
help.
Vezi că
2
pe aici
months.
weekend, noapte bună, odihnă ușoară.
3 months. By now, most people were convinced that the game was abandoned. They had made their money. It's all over. Then, after over 100 days of absolute silence, a tweet. Foundation. The first big patch. It is me, Sean. No, go away, Sean. I am mad at you. It has been too long. But I bring you gifts. His accent sucks. It brought base building, new game modes, farming, camps, and freighters, as well as a lot of bug fixes. You will have to try harder than that, Sean, to win my love back. It still fell well shy of the promised game. Too little, too late. So Sean left, returned to his team, and got back to work. A few more months went by, and then another tweet. Pathfinder.
What do we have here?
What the fuck? Oh, it's you, Sean. I bring you online base sharing, own multiple starships, starship specialization, multi-tool specialization and classes, permadeath modes, vehicles you can drive around in, and create racetracks for them too with time trials. Look at this. Okay, that's pretty good, but I'm still mad, and there's still a ton promised that isn't in the game yet. So Sean went away once more. A few more months went by. Knock, knock. Oh, it's you, Sean. What is it now? I bring you an overhaul to the storyline. New worlds, crashed freighters, space combat, terrain editing, portals, procedural mission system, interstellar trading, and joint exploration. By now, people were really starting to warm to No Man's Sky again, and to Hello Games.
The game has in many ways exceeded what was promised.
It's a substantially better game now.
No Man's Sky is back, baby!
People saw this was an honest effort to fix the game, and the number of employees working on it was growing, from a studio of 15 to 25. Sean Murray and Hello Games social media also started becoming more active and engaging with the audience. The subreddit was flourishing once more. The price of the game secondhand on Amazon, eBay, and GameStop was going up. Then a few more months went by. Next, a really big patch.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Holy shit, the big planet! I just got goosebumps. Oh.
To be super clear, No Man's Sky is not fuck that. Here's the full and proper multiplayer experience. Ringed planets, third-person mode, character customization, a galactic atlas on an external website for the community, vast overhauls to base building and crafting and resources, and it also brought the game to Xbox. In fact, with the release of Next in July 2018, No Man's Sky was the 6th top-selling console game for the month. It climbed its way back into Steam's top 10. It reached nearly 100,000 concurrent players. It brought another $24 million across all platforms. Their Steam rating went from mixed to very positive. People were getting back on board in a big way. But they weren't done yet. Better creatures, weird underwater shit, discoveries in bases and environments.
Weird underwater shit.
Equipment, and it keeps going. New biomes, more diversity, archaeology, more things to discover. By now, Sean in the gaming inspector personification of the gaming community had literally patched things up and were making out on the couch. Which was when he released his biggest patch to date of this video.
Oh my god, dude!
Free VR support. Not a whole other game you have to pay for, like some titles. Overhauls to NPCs, tech trees, base building.
Funny cum some other titles sunt Bethesda titles.
Pay for, like some titles. Overhauls to NPCs, tech trees, base building, streamlined multiplayer, ride animals around. All sorts of stuff that was never promised in the first place. And they're still adding more stuff.
Someone at Valve, who was a fan of the game, said to me, what you do now is more important than what you say. There's only one thing that's credible, and that's your actions.
In fact, I was so slow to get this video out that they put out another
Super apreciat, bro, super apreciat. Am că durează, nu știu, deci cred că... Doamne, cât durează! Mamă, super mulțumesc pentru dono, Wiki. Da, este, donos are better than subs. Super mulțumesc, bro.
More advanced terrain editing, first-person exocrafts, improved VR, improved base building and inventory management, and quality of life stuff. It goes on. Is it perfect? Technically, there are still things on this spreadsheet missing. But come on now, we're starting to nitpick. Especially when you compare them to relationships with other games companies. They could have gone the route of Fallout 76. Paywall mods with Fallout first, charging a monthly fee, a downward spiral more and more into pay-to-win scraps released without QA testing. But instead, they never added pay-to-win. They never added microtransactions or paid DLC. They never made VR as a second game. They didn't give up on the game or scale their resources back to do it. They didn't come out and call all gamers entitled. They didn't add loot boxes. They didn't start work on the next big project or sequel. They didn't do much of anything except get back to work. And just like that, the game once panned by critics now had awards rolling in.
Your developed star 2019, No Man's Sky, Sean Murray.
No Man's Sky next.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky's next.
No Man's Sky.
And to cap it all off, the subreddit No Man's Sky the Game even got together and pooled money for a GoFundMe to have a billboard installed near the Hello Games offices.
Ce mișto.
It must have been a harrowing moment for Sean and the team. They took a huge risk to start a small studio. They clawed their way up to create one of the most notable games of the console generation. Disappointed pretty much everyone with the release, and took one of the biggest online beatings in video game history for it.
As a family, post-release, we faced some really difficult challenges. Everything that you can imagine from like the worst of the internet, we hit.
But then over the course of the next 3 years, completely turned it around and came out the other side with a win. It's the underdog story. And after doing all of this research, I couldn't help but come to the conclusion that they were the good guys.
Gay!
So what is the future for Hello Games? In 2017, they announced Hello Labs, a support program focused on original titles and games using procedural generation. Two of the team also branched off to work on a small title called The Last Campfire. But for the foreseeable future, they're just working on No Man's Sky.
They'll fucking announce a new game. The moment this video goes live, I just know it.
Alright, I didn't want to finish the video on like a big sappy note. So, this is the end of the story, but there's still another few minutes. Don't leave. It's not an ad. Okay, in 2015, when the hype was at its peak, someone wrote a Sean Murray erotic fanfiction. And, naturally, I assumed that you lot would want to see it. So, here it is. My evening interview at Hello Games. I arrived at the Hello Games office in the early evening, as the sun was approaching the horizon. Taking a deep breath, I nervously pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and Sean poked his expressive face out to greet me. "Hey you," he exclaimed in his adorable British-Australian accent. "I'm so happy you could make it and spend the evening with us." "I was so happy when I heard you agreed to let me come in for an interview," I said. "Oh yeah, the interview. I forgot," he replied with his usual brilliant humor. I laughed. "You're so funny, Sean. Let me show you my office." "I have a surprise for you," Sean said. He led me to the room where we sat down on a soft vinyl couch. "So let me show you the surprise," he said, softly. "It's the newest build of the game. We just added some new features." He booted up the game on a PS4 in his office. I stared at his face. I like your beard. It's sexy," I pretended to say to him in my head to myself. I had a secret crush on him. There was something about his humble demeanor and feeble yet handsome bone structure that was so alluring. "So here's the game," he said eagerly. It opened on an alien world just calling out to be explored. I began to sweat. Here it finally was, in front of me in all of its glory, and it was being played by Sean in front of me in all of his glory. I nervously spoke. "Could I try playing?" I said. "Oh, I suppose, of course," he said, chuckling. But another few minutes passed without him handing me the controls. "Sean," I said more confidently. I put my hands on his hands as he gripped the controller. He looked me straight in the eyes. I stared deep into his beautiful, glistening eyes, utterly transfixed. "Sure," he said. He let go of the PlayStation controller, still sweaty from his firm grip. "But I have another surprise to show you." He stood up.
Redacted,
he muttered. "Yes, please," I said, blushing as red as the treetops of Aurea 5. He grabbed my shoulders, guiding me confidently towards the coffee table, like he confidently guides the Hello Games team towards the game's release. The one true Sean Murray, not that baby-faced loser asshole poser from NCIS. Made sweet, sweet love to me. I wasn't sure what I was more excited about. Finally,
redacted,
Sean Murray, all finally playing No Man's Sky. After exploring the planet's surface, I entered my spaceship and took off. Just as I left the atmosphere and burst into the breathtaking expanse of space.
redacted.
It was an out-of-world experience. Oculus Rift support, he uttered sensually. As I turned, I saw Sean's avatar standing before me in a beautiful, procedurally generated spacesuit. "Like what you see," he said. "It's time, everybody," he shouted. I heard footsteps slowly enter from the cramped office. I soon saw many spacesuits appear before me in-game. But as they took off their helmets, I realized that they were all the same Sean Murray avatar. I was about to be
redacted
by a group of Sean Murrays, but they all had one difference.
redacted,
Each piece
redacted,
was different. There were wide ones, thin ones, long ones, curved ones. It was magical. As the Hello Games team began to
redacted,
from somewhere in the room, I heard Sean whisper, "Every
redacted,
procedural." Also, I did a thing on the second channel. Please do check it out. I thought it was quite good. I love the videos of the second channel. It's some erotic fanfiction over there. So check it out. And that's it. Sorry it took so long.
Imagine
What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ. I got nothing. Da, totul a fost mind-blowing. Deci, up to the very end. Jesus Christ. Bine, boys. Bă, e 2:30 aproape, așa că o să încheiem aici. În seara asta vă duceți fiecare pe unde vreți. Vă super mulțumesc pentru toată susținerea. Mulțumesc pentru follow, Ionel, Richter, Alexa. Mulțumesc pentru gifted sub de la Raz. Mulțumesc pentru Dono Wiki. Mulțumesc mozilor. Mulțumesc tuturor care ați fost prezenți pentru toată susținerea și ne revedem luni, cel mai probabil, de la ora 10. Ciao. Noapte bună, guys. Seară fain.